Weinberg here.
Tatayan here.
Fiorini here. And we have a quorum. First item under file item number 5 is the adoption of the September 28th, 2017 meeting summary. What's your pleasure? Got moves, Johnston seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Then let's vote.
Tatayan, aye.
Fiorini, aye. Motion passes unanimously. Chair's report, file item number 6. Today, we begin the public discussion of the amendments, potential amendments to our Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, the Ecosystem Chapter. Staff has been working diligently over the last several months in preparation for the presentation today. Susan and I, along with some of our staff, have been conducting outreach meetings, listening sessions with a number of stakeholders and interest groups. We're about halfway through that process. Our goal here is to collect as much information on points of view about the kinds of outcomes that we would like to project in the Delta unto the year 2050. We've selected that horizon as a reasonable planning range. The questions we've been asking at the listening sessions are, what do you think would represent a healthy Delta in the year 2050? And if we're talking to agencies or stakeholders that have a role in conducting restoration activities or ecosystem activities, we're asking them, what are the likely steps that you'll take in the next 5 years as you move towards those goals? Those kinds of questions will develop answers that will help us to formulate the updated recommendations, potentially regulations, as it relates to the Chapter 4, the Ecosystem Chapter, and more importantly, the performance measures. Because we have to set targets and we have to have a way of monitoring whether we're making substantial progress towards those goals. So today launches the beginning of this public discussion of that. In fact, one of the outreach meetings that we had was with our council member and Supervisor Skip Thompson, who just arrived. Let the record show. Coming up on November 13th, on a Monday, the next Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meeting will be held in West Sacramento. Just as a reminder for those of you that don't follow us regularly, this is a collection of 16 state and federal agency leaders whose agencies have the bulk of the responsibility to implement the Delta Plan. We're going to further our discussion related to our Ecosystem Chapter amendment at that meeting. Again, asking the agencies, what is your vision unto the year 2050? What does a healthy Delta look like as it relates to the work that your agency's responsible for, and what steps do you anticipate taking over the next 5 years? Again, helping us to shape a very robust ecosystem chapter with recommendations and performance measures. The Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, DPIC, will also be reviewing an update on regional and streamlined permitting, and will be receiving reports on activities in the Cache Slough complex and the Central Delta Corridor restoration activities being overseen by the Delta Conservancy, along with a few other significant reports that will highlight some of the successes that have been achieved since we met 6 months ago. John is likely going to give you a rundown on the estuary conference that was held in Oakland 2 weeks ago. I had the opportunity to serve on a panel with John that was facilitated by Jessica Law on Delta Science. The one observation I will make about the estuary conference, I've never been to one of those conferences that had melded together the Bay and the Delta, as well as the programming did for this one. And it seems that the common link was climate change and sea level rise. That is of high interest to the folks that were there representing Delta and Bay interests. Finally, our hearts go out to those who have been subjected to the wildfires that have spread across Northern California. We're thankful that those are mostly under control, but has displaced a lot of people, and that will be affected for a long time to come. So again, our hearts go out to all of those. With that, that concludes my chair's report. Does anyone on the council have any reports on meetings that they've attended recently? Ken?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke at a breakfast, early breakfast of the San Diego County Council of Water Utilities. It's a group of board members and general managers from all the water agencies in San Diego County. So I, similar to other talks I've given, talked about the Stewardship Council, the co-equal goals, but I've been highlighting the conveyance, storage, and operations amendment, and actually got quite a lot of interest because I think it was the week before there was a vote at Metropolitan Water District, so there was a lot on water fix, and there was a lot of attention, and got some real positive comments from people about what we're trying to do, and a lot of interest in asking, well, you know, what are we advocating, and trying to give them a feel for the importance of the Delta as a place, and you know, the community feelings about protecting that place. So that was a good interchange. So just wanted everybody to know. I do have a question for our council. When we're out, and this may be just from my experience during CEQA, if we're out speaking in public during the public review period, you know, I think I've had it ingrained into me, if you're from that agency that, and you're in public comment and people start commenting, that could be official public comments, but I'm not sure. I mean, I've not been in this role where I would be out speaking and saying, hey, we've got a document on the street and here's what's going on, and you know, send your comments in, and if I get anything verbally during that period, is that, or is that one of those gray areas?
So you're talking about once the EIR is on the street, if you
Yeah,
receive
correct,
comments.
and if any of us are speaking in public about that.
Sure. We're going to have a formal comment period where we instruct the public how to send comments to the council itself. So I would encourage them. Of course, people are welcome to come up to you as members of the public, and you're welcome to listen to them.
I meant in sort of that public setting where you're at a podium.
But they would
and
know they would
people-
need to submit public
Okay, yeah.
comments through the public comment process that we've set up, so that all the public has the benefit of hearing their public, not just the select number of people who happen to be at that conference or at that breakfast. or
Right,
what have
so
you.
you're not concerned about being out in public during that period? and
I would be
giving comments?
concerned if there were more than a quorum of you
Okay.
there, and we hadn't noticed it properly. And I would encourage, we'll have an email address set up, we'll have a physical address set up, so that people can mail or email their comments, and then a hearing and 2 public workshops as well, where people can come and present oral comments. So
Okay.
there should be ample opportunity.
So if we're using slides, PowerPoint, that would be a good slide to end on.
At the workshops? Or?
No, in our speaking, if we're out
Oh,
of the
yes, if you
speaking
need a comment,
appearance.
like where to send comments, yes. Yeah, we can certainly give that to you.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Very good. Then on to file item number 7, the executive officer's report. Jessica?
Thank you. Good morning. It's a good segue. I'll begin with a few announcements about our environmental impact report that's forthcoming. The draft programmatic EIR for the Delta Plan amendments is going to be released as scheduled on Wednesday, November 1st, for a review period that's going to end December 15th. This environmental document covers 3 proposed Delta Plan amendments: our levy investment strategy, conveyance, storage, and operations, and performance measures. So to help the public understand both what the document covers, the timeline, the impacts, and to allow ample time for interaction and questions, we've scheduled 2 open houses. Each open house will feature a short general presentation and then time to visit various stations that will explain the CEQA process, the amendments, and what the environmental review shows. So council members are encouraged to attend one or both meetings. I've heard from some of you already that you plan to attend. The first open house is from 4 to 7 p.m. on Wednesday, November 1st, and it's at the San Joaquin County Agricultural Commissioner's Office, which is on 2101 East Earhart Avenue in Stockton. And this information will all be going out through our listserv and be available on our website as well. The second open house is from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Thursday, November 2nd, next door at the Sacramento Library Galleria, 828 I Street in Sacramento. And to close the comment period, we'll have a public hearing immediately following our December 14th council meeting from 4 to 7 p.m. at the West Sacramento City Hall Galleria.
Jessica, we should emphasize that. That's a change from what we have discussed related to our next council meeting.
Yeah, I think we may have originally advertised 2 separate days of meetings and then a hearing, but we've decided to combine them both into one day, and that information will also be reflected on our calendar on our website. So we sent a couple Delta Plan implementation and coordination letters this month. One was related to DWR's preparation of the California Water Plan Update 2018. The water plan is the state of California's strategic plan for managing and developing water resources statewide. They're required to update it every 5 years, and that's a process in which we participate as a state agency. The key themes for Update 2018 are water supply sustainability. They're also looking at open and transparent data and sharing of data, and they're treating it somewhat as not an annual report, but I guess a status report on state initiatives, including implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, drought response, and progress on levee investments, et cetera. So we sent a comment letter, and we continue to participate in the state agency steering committee for that effort. They are going to release a public review draft in February of 2018, which will be open then for a short period for comments, and then the final document is expected to be released at the end of 2018. We also sent a coordination letter regarding a covered action on Bethel Island, their Horseshoe Bend project, which is involving the design and construction of 5,000 feet of Bulletin 19282 levee improvements on their district levees along Horseshoe Bend. It will include waterside and landside habitat enhancement, and it's considered what they call a multi-benefit project, which includes habitat components, water supply benefits, as well as flood benefits. This is a project that we've been in consultation on dating back to December of 2016, so this letter follows up on a 2016 letter. The funding source for the project is $3.5 million from DWR's Special Project Fund, and that means a 90% state cost share with about a 10% local contribution. DWR's funding guidelines require that grant recipients comply with the council's Delta Plan and our covered action process. Their funding guidelines established a significance threshold for special projects, so further indicating that this would fall under our process. It actually got our attention. Because of that, we try to track closely all of the DWR special projects, and I think as our levee investment strategy becomes formal, then that process will become even more formal. So we sent a letter reminding the district of the importance of filing, and in fact, that's already triggered a follow-up meeting with their district manager in which we'll have further conversations. So I think things are getting back on track there. With that, I think I'll hand it over to Andrew for our legal update. I'll just mention that both of those letters that I referred to are included in your binder. They're also available on our website, and copies out on the table.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I have a very brief legal update today. We thought it was appropriate, given the recent headlines about the water fix, funding votes and statements from various government agencies, to provide an update on how the water fix litigation might be affected. And the update is it really has not been affected yet. There are two groups of water fix related litigation, the 18 or 19 or so lawsuits challenging the environmental decisions that have happened so far, the EIR and the Endangered Species Act permits, and then the validation action where DWR is seeking to validate its bond funding mechanism. Both of those cases are in the preliminary stages. The environmental litigation is in the stage where they're putting together the administrative record. DWR has recently indicated that that record, I think its quote is, "It may well be the largest in CEQA litigation history in California, with literally millions of pages." So that it'll take some time to put together and get submitted to the court, possibly through the end of this year into early next. The validation action is also in the early stages, where the parties are seeking to knock out each other's claims and arguments. That's the demur stage. That'll be probably the rest of this year in that stage, maybe early next. I'm speculating, but I would not expect merits hearings or court rulings on either of those groups of litigation until the later part of next year, but it really remains to be seen. Then if there's any changes to the project resulting from any of the political machinations that have been going on, it may affect the litigation, and we'll keep tracking and report as necessary. So with that, if there's any questions.
You said 1 million pages.
I think the quote was literally millions of pages, so plural, yeah, and it remains to be seen.
Judge, that's going to require several clerks.
I'm just quoting what they represented to the court, yeah. It's going to be a lot. Probably all be electronic, though, so.
Okay, any questions for Andrew? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Ken.
Actually, I wanted to go back to the executive director's report, but, you know, yeah, I'm sorry. Andrew, I think it was the last meeting you were following, somebody was trying to drag us into this, and we didn't think that that was actually going to happen, or has anybody tried to make us a party to any of the water fix suits?
Well, in the water fix litigation, because there are so many lawsuits involved, one of the very first steps is to figure out which other litigation might be related to possibly be coordinated together. In the water fix litigation, there was at least one party that indicated that the Delta Plan litigation that's been going on for some time should be related, and that request was denied. Okay. So the Delta Plan litigation is not at this time related to any of the water fix litigation going on. Because
I got that question when I was speaking this month, and I said no. I said, but there's a lot of other people suing us. So.
And we're tracking the water fix litigation in part because there are several claims relating to Delta Plan and Delta Reform Act issues. So they may be relevant later.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And of course, should the project go forward, then it would also have to come through our covered action process, and the millions of pages of record would become part of our record for that procedure.
There'll probably be more by that point.
Something to look forward to. Actually, Jessica, I had a question about the state water plan, and I've heard just some things about it. Not a lot of time to do it. It's going to be they want to take a more different approach to it. It's going to be much more condensed. And I was wondering how we would relate, how we can get involved, because the state water plan, especially if it's going to be new and different and maybe a little more splashy, how can we really kind of get involved so, DWR is helping us carry our message and the role of the co-equal goals.
Right. Yeah, well, I was actually just talking to Cassandra in the elevator on the way here about some of that. So we are involved in what's called the State Steering Committee, and we've been participating in those meetings for many months, which means we get early administrative drafts to review and comment on. And even before that happened, we kind of got together as a staff to decide, well, what are some of our priorities for what we'd like to see and advocate for in the plan. We've had meetings on a number of topics with the people who are preparing the water plan, including on our performance measures, because they have a huge emphasis on measuring performance and standards in this document, which they have not done in the past, and so we're eager to share with them the work that we've done there. And also, they noted, as I think I mentioned in my report, that they wanted to treat it as kind of a progress report on major state initiatives. So we see that as an opportunity to talk about particularly our levy investment strategy and a few other relevant themes. They do have a goal, I think, of making this particular update like 100 pages or less, which is significant because I think in the past it's been more on the order of 500 pages or more.
Multi-volume.
Right, plus appendices, et cetera. So if you'd like to meet and talk further about that, we've got several staff who are kind of in the trenches working, as state agency partners on that. And apparently CAMYAR will be here in November to make a presentation, so you'll have opportunity to ask some more questions.
No, that's good. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to kind of bring this issue up when Jessica mentioned it, just to kind of show the council's support for the staff really getting involved. And the fact that it's going to be 100 pages means that probably a lot more people than typically use that document will use it and see it, and I just think it's an opportunity. Would encourage really robust engagement and asking for sidebars and pictures and all that kind of stuff to really raise the profile of what we're doing in that document.
The history of our agency has been to work with them from the beginning, and Jessica outlined who's involved and at what level. Our meeting agendas are planned 4, 5, 6 months in advance, and so the water plan discussion was targeted for November. But you will have an opportunity to visit with CAMYAR and if there's any other information that the council would like to have in preparation for that November meeting, be sure and let Jessica know.
I also think you have a new director at DWR who I understand has been very, very involved in the preparation of previous water plans from his previous position. So you're going to have heightened interest and involvement potentially at the executive level. So that may make the message travel even further.
Yeah, that's going to be a big influence and a big help, having that more local perspective. It just seems that the co-equal goals and what we're doing needs to be a prominent feature of that water plan because it's such a prominent issue on water supply reliability and water planning. So I think that's what, at least me as one council member, would really want to see, is that they highlight this.
And I encourage you to take a look at the letter in the binder and see if there's anything you would add to those kinds of comments that we're providing.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'll probably turn it over to Ryan Stambrough for our final legislative update of the season, of the year.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. With October 15th serving as the deadline for the governor to act on all bills before him, I want to take a moment this morning to highlight those final actions by Governor Brown, as well as provide a general postmortem on council-related items from the recent first half of the session, and then close with a list of relevant issues that are likely to be central themes next year. Excuse me. 2017 was characterized by a number of notable developments, including the extension of the state's cap and trade program, a $52 billion transportation plan, and a package of bills to address affordable housing. With regards to the council's interests, the legislature considered issues that ran the gamut from water conservation and drinking water cleanup to flood protection and restoration-related issues. starting with a status update on a number of bills discussed at recent council meetings. The first, AB 313 by Assemblymember Adam Gray from Merced. As the council will recall, this bill would have created a water rights division within the Office of Administrative Law to opine on cases where water rights violations are alleged by the state board. This bill was ultimately vetoed by Governor Brown, citing in his veto message the concern that the bill was limited in the scope of hearings it would address and may ultimately further complicate the current appeals process. However, the governor did go on to direct Cal EPA to evaluate the potential role for administrative judges in these circumstances and asked the agency to provide recommendations on how to improve the Water Board's hearing process by January of next year. AB 339 by Devin Mathis from Visalia. This is a bill that allows funds from the State Board's cleanup and abatement account to permanently fund urgent drinking water needs of local communities. Sponsored by the State Board, this is a relatively straightforward bill. Reinforces the list of funding mechanisms available to address contaminated drinking water and was signed into law by the governor earlier this month. Senate Bill 252 by Bill Dodd from the Second Senate District, which includes most of the Delta, was also signed by the governor and establishes conditions on the issuance of drilling permits for wells in critically overdrafted basins and would prevent a city or county from issuing such a permit unless those conditions are met. And then finally, SB 5, the Parks and Water Bond. This is a $4 billion proposal that addresses water parks and climate-related endeavors, including funding for the Delta Conservancy and $50 million for Delta levies. Signed by the governor on October the 15th, the last day in which he had to take action. This bill will now move to the ballot for voter approval. Looking ahead, while the legislature did manage to achieve a number of notable accomplishments in 2017, there are a host of issues that the houses will seek to tackle when they reconvene on January 3rd, ranging from single-payer health care to potentially putting the state on the path towards 100% renewable energy. Also part of the discussion will be the suite of water conservation bills that stalled out earlier this year despite a lot of hard work from all sides, as well as the levy subventions program cost share, which is scheduled to reduce to 50% by July of next year. And as the council may recall, this is a issue that was sought to be addressed by Assemblymember Jim Frazier's AB 732, which stalled out in the second house and has an opportunity, obviously, to come back and address this issue next year. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ryan? Yes, Ken.
Great report, Ryan. Thank you. The Hertzberg and Friedman bills on conservation, where are those? Are they, they're 2-year bills now, but my understanding was they were trying to get something out, but you still got these dueling bills out there.
Yeah, I think they've made significant progress in terms of, as you may recall, the hope was that both sides would work on potentially finding a solution over the summer recess and then hopefully push something forward at the end. Unfortunately, it sounds like there are some issues that were yet to be resolved. Obviously, the authority issue was something that remained somewhat of a challenge in terms of not only what the targets ultimately for conservation would be, but ultimately who would set those, whether that would be the state board through more of a regulatory process, or there would be maybe a stakeholder work group that would develop recommendations to ultimately be adopted by the legislature based on those. At this juncture, in conversations that I'm aware of anyway, I think there continues to be relative optimism that there is a path forward, but I think there are some unresolved issues, hence by the fact that obviously the bills didn't move forward at the end of August. That said, the bills in terms from a procedural standpoint, they are in their second houses, so they are not going to be under some of the tight deadlines that bills that had failed to advance out of their house of origin would be, which is typically around 4 to 6 weeks. So it remains to be seen specifically what will come out of those discussions, because as you may recall, prior to those discussions, the two bills that moved forward were more or less gutted as spot bills, with the thought that obviously substantive changes would be made once agreements were settled upon.
I just want to keep our eye on this because it's really a main pillar of reduced reliance on the Delta, especially for those areas that don't have opportunities for water recycling or other local projects. So it's real important what comes out of this bills.
Mm-hmm. All right, anything else? Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
So just to wrap up my report, this month is the month where I include the quarterly contract update in the binder. So that's a copy of all our active or recent contracts. And should you have any questions or want to follow up on anything, please let me know or contact Jessica Law as well. Today on the agenda, we are going to have you consider a few Independent Science Board reappointments. We'll also be launching our ecosystem amendment for the Delta Plan. We'll be learning about some of the actions that happened during the 2012-2016 drought and look back at those for some lessons learned. And then we'll be hearing from state officials from DWR and Fish and Wildlife on the 2017 water year in review. And with that, I conclude my executive officer's report.
Thank you, Jessica. No questions? Any requests for public comment on this matter? Then that concludes file item number 7. On to file item number 8, lead scientist report, Dr. John Callaway.
Great. Good morning to the council. I have 7 items, and then we'll have by the numbers to discuss. But before that, I wanted to talk briefly just about the state of the estuary that Randy mentioned. That is the biannual conference that occurs in San Francisco Bay and is sort of a companion to our our Bay Delta Science Conference. As Randy highlighted, I think it was the best attendance by the Delta constituents that I've ever seen in going to the conference for 15 or 20 years. It was very well attended overall. There were over 800 attendees, close to 70 or 80 oral presentations, about 200 poster presentations. So it was really it's a 2-day event and really jam-packed. As was mentioned, there was very good participation by the science staff and by the Stewardship Council in general. There were Randy, Jessica Law, Jessica Pearson were all there. There were presentations by a number of staff and 5 posters from the Stewardship Council. So I think it was really a great opportunity to make better connections between the Bay and Delta. And there were 50 of the 200 posters focused on the Delta. So I think in the past it's usually been 10 or 20% around the Delta. So it's really a nice improvement. The meeting occurred too late to include it in your binder, so next time I'll include some more specific highlights, but definitely some of the real key take-home messages were around resiliency and sea level rise issues. There were also a number of talks on restoration challenges and sort of moving beyond the early efforts of restoration into San Francisco Bay and how do we tackle restoration now, considering climate change and other challenges. There were sessions on water quality issues and also on stewardship and community involvement as well. So I think it was a very successful conference. So getting to the items that are in your binder, first a summary of a recent paper from San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science on the overbite clam, Potamacorbula amurensis. Probably you've heard about some of the invasive clams in the Bay or the Delta. Potamacorbula probably is the most famous. Actually, it was first discovered in the mid-'80s when I was a student. I remember doing my master's in the mid-'80s. I remember when people started talking about it because they were collecting samples from the bottom of the bay where they dropped samplers to pull up mud and look at the mud. And instead of pulling up mud, they were pulling up big scoops of clams, solid clams and no mud. 2,000 clams or more per square meter, sometimes maybe even 10,000 clams per square meter. So they're unbelievably dense. They're extremely abundant in San Francisco Bay, and what this paper is really looking at is where are they in Suisun Bay, and how big of an issue might they be in Suisun Bay, because they're definitely affected by salinity. So they looked, they used a really interesting approach where they haven't been sampling intentionally for the clams, but Peter Moyle and other colleagues who have been doing fish sampling do trawls where they drag a trawl on the bottom of channels in multiple places in Suisun Bay. I think they have 25 or 27 stations throughout the bay. And when they drag on the bottom there, they collect clams. And like good scientists, they've been recording their data. So there actually are 27 years of data on clam populations. They have collected 400,000 clams over the 27 years. So it's not as though it's a small sample. So it truly is abundant. The questions that they were really looking at is what's the long-term abundance and patterns in abundance of this clam, the Potamacorbula, the overbite clam? What's their spatial distribution within the bay? And what are the parameters that are associated and affecting their distributions? So what they found, as I said, 400,000 clams over this 27-year period. Seems like they're everywhere. The good news actually is that they're pretty isolated. The abundant populations are isolated to the larger channels. In the smaller channels that they sampled, they really have found small numbers but not substantial numbers. And the big concern about these clams is that they cycle so much water. Their populations are abundant enough in most of these channels that they suck all of the water out of the channel through the clams once or twice or multiple times a day. So all of the food that's in that water column goes through the clams, and they're very efficient filter feeders. So they're sucking all the food for everyone, as well as organisms. They're not just eating phytoplankton, but also eating small zooplankton or fish larvae. And so they're just like a vacuum cleaner, pulling everything out of the water into the mud. Like I said, they're very abundant in 5 of the larger channels, or in 5 of the larger sampling stations along Suisun Slough. But in all of the smaller channels, they found small populations, but not significant populations. They found that the population has grown substantially, especially in the last 5 years with the drought. So this species does much better at slightly higher salinities. Adults can tolerate low salinities, but the young, in order for them to establish, need probably about 5 parts per thousand of salinity, about a fifth, and seawater salinity is about 35 parts per thousand. So they're relatively tolerant, but real fresh water they don't do well. And so what they found, like I said, in trying to understand why they're not occurring in the smaller channels, their hypotheses, they don't really have good data to evaluate, but what's driving their abundances. But what they hypothesize is the smaller channels, they get buried. There also is a large amount of organic matter there, and it causes the oxygen levels in those smaller creeks to be more variable and more stressful for organisms, and they need pretty high dissolved oxygen concentrations. In the larger creeks, that doesn't seem to be an issue. So the good news is, for restoration issues, those small creeks could be really important habitat for fish and important refuges from this high level of predation. And so there's more and more growing interest to understand, how do fish use those small creeks? Is this really a way to promote fish, to promote a more native food web because you can't really control Potamacorbula. There's not any way to get rid of it. So that's sort of the good news. The challenge, I think, also is that with climate change, Suisun Bay is going to get saltier and warmer. On a big scale, it's really the salinity that's driving where they're found. But then on the small scale, it's probably those small scale features like that I mentioned within the creeks. But with climate change, things are going to get saltier, so this clam will be able to move farther up into Suisun, or potentially even up into the delta if salinities become high enough there. So that's an overview of the paper. And that was, actually I forgot to mention, so that was done by colleagues, or by researchers from UC Davis, Jason Baumsteiger and other colleagues, including Peter Moyle, who's done a lot of that fish work. And it was published in the Estuary and Watershed Science. So then the second topic I want to talk about is a brown bag seminar that occurred here that was sponsored by the Science Program and the Stewardship Council in early September. It was done by Ann Daly. She's a master's student at UC Santa Barbara and was an intern at the Department of Fish and Wildlife's Office of Spill Prevention and Response, or OSPR. And what she did as part of her internship was to take the data that their office has been collecting, focusing on abandoned and derelict vessels in the Delta, and really try to make some sense of the data that's there. So really compile and consolidate and interpret some of the data on abandoned and derelict vessels. She highlighted that, that boat owners commonly do abandon their boats. Everyone talks about boats as a hole in the water that you pour money into. People get to the point where they don't want to keep pouring money into it, and they just abandon their vessels. And it is definitely a significant problem in the Delta, as she's documented. From aerial surveys and boat surveys on the water, they found 237 abandoned vessels in the Delta. About 80% of them are recreational vessels. The other 20% are commercial vessels. They range in the recreational vessels range in size from little kayaks to huge houseboats. And so what she wanted to also see was what are the opportunities to remove those vessels. As you might guess, the challenge is the lack of funding. There actually are some programs in place. There's 2 programs in place from the divisions of boating and waterways to provide funding to agencies, local agencies, for grants to go out and remove vessels, and also incentive for boat owners that if they don't want to maintain their vessel, to turn their vessel in free rather than just to dump it somewhere. But both of those are underfunded, and actually people aren't aware of them either, so I think there's some need to get out and address those issues. They also focus primarily on recreational vessels because they're funded through registrations for those boats, for non-commercial boats, and there is not a program in place for commercial boats. So other states do have commercial boating programs in place, so I think there's an opportunity there. And I think this work was sponsored by OSPR to really highlight the issue and to give them some more information so they can figure out a path forward to how to improve dealing with abandoned vessels. She looked at costs only for the commercial vessels. Based on the numbers, based on the size and access to them, she estimated there's 52 commercial vessels abandoned in the Delta. She estimated $15 million to go out and remove them. The big challenge is that they're leaking gas, they're leaking oil, and so there's many of them have been there for a while, and you can't just pull them out because they start to crumble. So it's a challenging process. And as she highlighted, those programs that are in place to encourage people to turn in the vessels really should be promoted, because turning them in is much, much cheaper for the state to get people to do that rather than dealing with the problems if they're abandoned. So that's a summary of the brown bag. We also have one poster to highlight from the recent invasive species symposium that we sponsored at UC Davis. So invasive species definitely are, with the clam or with other issues, are an ongoing challenge. This was work done by the State Lands Commission. It was a poster that was presented sort of highlighting the risks of invasive species from ballast water and from commercial shipping issues in the Delta. But the invasives can come in the ballast water of ships, and if they dump their ballast water, get established. They also attach onto the hulls and then may release larvae when they get into a new location or fall off and get established. About 80% of the invasive species, aquatic invasive species in California, have gotten established through one of those 2 pathways. And so the State Lands Commissions and others are really trying to understand the extent of the problem and understand how to improve management. This just summarized the different approaches. What they found was that with the concerted effort that State Lands and others have been making, that people are much more aware of these issues and beginning to comply more with the regulations. There's been an increase of 30% since 2008 to 2015 in terms of commercial ships that are complying with requirements for having the appropriate paint. They use paint on the hull to prevent organisms from establishing, and more people are complying and doing that. Also, the main message is, if possible, don't dump ballast water. Over 80% of the vessels that come into the bay and the delta retain their ballast water, and so they don't release it. But still, there's ongoing problems. So just Friday, we had a review panel to evaluate the feasibility of treating ballast water on land rather than having ships treat it, filtering the water to remove organisms before the water is dumped. And that was sponsored by the State Lands Commission. So there's definitely ongoing interest to improve techniques in that way. Then I also briefly wanted to talk just about the grand challenges in environmental engineering that the Stewardship Council has supported and that Jessica Pearson mentioned in her talk a month ago. That program is a series of meetings by a panel of about 15 experts sponsored by the National Academy of Sciences and Engineering to look at highlighting what are the critical new challenges for environmental engineering and how do we address those challenges more effectively. So they had a series of public presentations and evening presentations featuring Peter Glick from the Pacific Institute talking about water challenges, John Foley, the Executive Director of Cal Academy of Sciences, focusing on food issues, and Saul Griffith from a startup company, Other Lab, looking at energy use within the U.S. And so one growing theme that people have been looking at is the connection between food, water, and energy. All of those important resources. How can we reduce resource use? A theme across all of their talks was a soft path forward in using resources rather than trying to maximize availability of resources, improve conservation, and reduce our reliance on those resources, improve efficiency use, and also carefully consider impacts in order to maintain a functioning ecosystem that support many of those resources that we're trying to protect. So that was the evening presentations, and then on the following day there was a panel discussion focusing on one of the big topics from the state of the estuary, the sea level rise and resiliency in San Francisco Bay, and that was a panel of 5 or 6 experts from agencies, academia, nonprofits, looking at what is being done in San Francisco Bay to address resiliency and sea level rise. I think some of the take-home common messages there really were engaging the public, especially engaging communities disadvantaged communities or communities that we haven't done outreach to that are likely to be severely affected by sea level rise and that need to really be incorporated into decision-making and into planning for issues. There also was a real emphasis on a broad mix of perspectives. So even though it was an engineering-focused meeting, and the panel is focusing on challenges in engineering, I think one message they heard over and over and that the panel also really highlighted was the need to incorporate engineering with other sciences, both natural sciences and especially social sciences. And they also highlighted, especially for educational issues, the need to educate the new generation of engineers to think much more broadly. If we're going to take on the challenges around climate change or other challenging engineering issues, we need to have engineers who can think broadly and connect across those issues. Because I think, over and over, the challenge is how do we implement these approaches and how do we engage the public on them? So that the last summary then that I wanted to mention is the recent workshop that we had on structured decision making here that was sponsored by the Bureau of Reclamation. And structured decision-making, I think we mentioned this a couple months ago, just that the meeting had occurred. Structured decision-making is really the idea of setting a much more transparent decision-making process where you have clearly identified objectives, you link objectives to management decisions, you have a modeling or a monitoring program in place so that you can evaluate if we make this change or this decision, how do we expect what the outcomes might be in terms of effects on environmental parameters or biological parameters, and then evaluate that. So it's very similar to the adaptive management approach, and it's really sort of a component of the adaptive management approach, but focusing on setting up a framework for decision-making. And that's been used very effectively in the Central Valley Project Improvement Act. The Bureau has felt it's been a really good addition to their approach, and so they wanted to pilot that approach here in the Delta, and this workshop was a first attempt to look at the use of that. And Jim Peterson from the USGS and Oregon State, who's used structured decision-making extensively in his work and worked with many agencies around the country to educate people on structured decision-making, led the workshop and actually will be leading a series of workshops over the coming year to try to educate staff here. So there were about 30 agency staff and stakeholders that participated. At the end of the one-day meeting, we came up with a mission statement for what is trying to be achieved with structured decision-making. There'll be a follow-up meeting in November to identify the objectives. So those objectives really are critical. What do you want to achieve? And so the hope is that in November, the group will be able to identify objectives around water flows within the Delta that the Bureau is interested in, and then see how can that be linked up with management efforts.
John, we have a question.
Yes.
John, thanks. I'm curious, is the mission statement short enough for us to?
I can read it to you if you'd like.
Sure.
I didn't include it, but so the mission statement is to develop a transparent and inclusive decision support process that can reduce key uncertainties over time to inform the shared prioritization of resource investments focused on the Delta with the goals of supporting the recovery and long-term viability of important taxa, improving related ecosystem processes, and improving the supply and reliability of water for California. So you can see it has a direct link to the co-equal goals. And it really focuses on the resource investments of the Bureau. Where is the Bureau going to be spending their money in the coming years, and how can they spend that money most effectively to reach those outcomes?
And John, I can provide a little more background. At the Science Enterprise Workshop a year ago, modeling surfaced as one of the key ingredients to a successful future. And so at the May Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, the Bureau brought this suggested project to DPIC, and multiple agencies around the table agreed to appoint someone from their agency to work on this. So it is really something that was spawned by our Science Enterprise Workshop and fostered by DPIC.
Great. Any other questions on that?
Patrick?
Didn't that workshop, microphone please? I have it on. The Science Enterprise Workshop give some examples from some of the speakers on Chesapeake Bay or Everglades. So is it this process taking advantage of whatever was learned there?
Yeah, I wasn't at the Science Enterprise Workshop, but I think the focus was more on modeling than on structured decision-making in those other regions. And there's definitely a link. The structured decision-making, the tool, the monitoring, and modeling will be a component of evaluating projects. So I think the message of incorporating modeling, which is something I'm strongly interested in, I think the science program is strongly interested in trying to make improvements in that area. And yes, I think there are lots of lessons to be learned from other systems. Are there other questions?
Ken?
Yeah, actually, John. Back on the first paper.
Yes.
There you go. That you discussed, just, so if you've got maybe the good news is the populations of these clams get concentrated. The bad news is salinity is going up, so they're going to thrive. And if they're in Sassoon Bay, I mean, there's a lot of focus on habitat restoration. And if these clams are there and they're sucking up everything in the food web, and we're restoring habitat so that, fish could have some place to hide, and is that like two trains coming at each other? I mean, we're going to be trying to restore fish populations in an environment where the food web is going to be very challenging. Or are we taking that, is that being taken into account that you've got to isolate from where the clams are?
It is being taken into account, and I think we're just beginning to identify the details of restoration approaches. I think the lesson is those smaller the small channels are where there's likely to be much more support for fish, and so maximizing that network of small creeks may make is probably the best approach to provide food production from the marsh and from the channels, and then allow for habitat where the clams are not so abundant. The fish will still have to get through those large creeks, but the fish aren't being the fish aren't being affected. The productivity, it's more the food web support. So as long as there's a large number of small creeks, I think the food web support would be sufficient. Reasonable. I don't know if it will be sufficient, but I think that's the direction of where things are headed. But it's not a certainty at all. There's still, the clams and other impacts are still significant.
And the clams could, it's hoping the clams don't show up in these small creeks.
Yeah. So one thing they highlight in this paper is that the clams have been present in Sassoon since the late 80s, so almost 30 years. And so they've had opportunities to move up into those smaller creeks for sure. And they've seen increases in the larger creeks, but pretty flat populations in the smaller creeks. So they feel that those difference in the small-scale habitat characteristics do keep the clams out of the smaller creeks.
30 years? You mean like since the Dodgers were last in the World Series?
I think so.
Even the Padres got there less. Thank you. No, just, maybe something as we understand the ecosystem amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
Moving right along.
So, as we go through with the ecosystem restoration amendment, just something to kind of,
yes,
all these different conflicts and headwinds that that we face. So thank you.
Okay. I have two other quick announcements. One is on Monday, we'll have an update on Operation Baseline. Operation Baseline is the project that the science program has supported related to the new treatment plant at Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, where they will be doing a significant upgrades that will begin to be put online in 2019. And so our program has worked with researchers from USGS, from San Francisco State, and other areas, other institutions, to collect data around the treatment plant now, so that we get data on nutrients, on food web issues before the treatment occurs, so that we can evaluate more effectively what the impacts of the improved treatment is. And we'll be getting an update. They just did their first sampling this summer, and with some new experimental techniques and instruments, and so Monday we'll be getting an update on that project. And then last, in a couple weeks, we have another symposium coming up that's focusing on biotelemetry with fish, and identifying how biotelemetry is currently being used to understand fish movement and fish survival through the Central Valley and the Delta. Yeah, and so biotelemetry is putting little radio tags into organisms, little tiny, and the technology has improved so much now that fish, as small as 4 inches and actually potentially even smaller in the coming years, they can put a tiny little transmitter into the fish, and then as it swims through, there are receivers throughout the waterways, and they can see where the fish are as they move through the entire river and delta system. It gives very useful data on where predation is occurring, where survivorship is high or low. And it's been, so it's been a mystery what's happening to all those fish natural fish and fish from hatcheries. Where are they doing well and where they're doing poorly? And so this approach, it's been used, with all kinds of organisms, birds and mammals, for decades. But the technology is improving so much that now smaller and smaller fish are being able to be tagged. And so we're getting more and more information on survivorship of different organisms.
Serious but somewhat silly question. What happens if one big fish eats a whole bunch of small fish with the receivers in it, and then the big fish has like 30 receivers, and it goes?
Then you'll get some bad information. So
Okay,
bad data.
just
A friend of mine, when I was a student, this was done with alligators, and when I was a student at LSU, one of my colleagues, I went out and we were monitoring alligators. Not when I was there, but when he was there, exactly that happened, where they cut open an 8-foot alligator, and a 4-foot alligator with a tag was inside the 8-foot alligator. So yeah, that does occur.
Don't want to be a small alligator.
No, you don't. Okay, any other questions?
Questions of John?
So we'll finish up with by the numbers, and we'll hear from Catherine Courtier.
Morning, Catherine.
Good morning, council members and Chair Fiorini. So we're starting off with some red numbers, but don't fear, this is because we have just started a new water year. And so a little later on in the meeting today, you'll hear a report on the 2017 water year. So now that we started one, we have some very low precipitation values. However, just to give this some context, this time in 2016, the Northern Sierra Precipitation Index was at 7.3 inches, so not too incredibly high, something that could easily be caught up to, and the Southern Sierra Precipitation Index was at 3.3 inches. So hopefully in the next month or so, we'll be getting some rain and possibly even some snow. Moving on to water temperature. All of these values at Clear Creek, Collinsville, and Clifton Court Forebay are all several degrees cooler than their 2015 value, which was the last time that we had reported on the water temperatures. And additionally, they're also much cooler than their 10-year historical averages. So that's nice to see. Moving on to water supply. This month we have almost all great numbers with the exception of Oroville, which is of course, because of the construction that's going on. Both Shasta and San Luis are significantly higher in their storage capacity than they were in 2016, where Shasta was at 99%, and San Luis was a little bit lower at 50%. So moving on to flow, we have some more interesting numbers. Our first two values are, of course, as you can see, great and green and well above the average. However, we have for total Delta exports a slightly lower number this month. And if you've been seeing in the past couple by the numbers, this has slowly been decreasing over the past 3 months. And this is, we think, for a couple of reasons. I've talked to somebody in our water supply unit, and he said it's potentially because with the agriculture growing season coming to an end, there's less of a demand for this water in Southern California and South, and also because the San Luis Reservoir is full, so it does not need any additional water. Moving on to salinity, we have great low numbers this month, and we've kind of consistently been seeing these low values for the past, I'd say, 4 months, which is great. And moving on to fish, we're just going to talk about the winter run Chinook salmon. We recently got the carcass surveys in, and this was for the 2016 spawning adults. And so this value is 21% of the 15-year average. It's actually the lowest out of the second lowest value that we've had in since 2011. Only lower than the 2003 average. So not great, but slight increase over past years. next month, hopefully we'll have some more winter run values for you. Some more survey results are coming in, and also some information on the green sturgeon.
Questions of Catherine? Ken? Judge?
We have any, this is more for John, maybe, I don't know who wants to answer this, but looking at this rainfall is pretty grim. Are there any scientific forecasts that give us any comfort about what the future holds as far as rainfall?
For the coming year?
Yeah.
It's what I've seen is there's no certainty for either direction of a very wet year or a very dry year. It's not going to be a strong El Nino year. It's certainly not going to be a strong El Nino year. It could be a La Nina year, but not a really strong one. So I don't think we're likely to be at either extreme end of those conditions that are big, large-scale drivers of precipitation. That said, our precipitation is always so variable that even in normal year, even in the normal El Nino, La Nina years, we can get very wet winters. The Pacific Northwest, just in the last few weeks, has had an atmospheric river similar to what we get, where they have these strong, warmer air movement that carries a lot of moisture, and they've had a series of very, very wet few weeks. So if we were to get a few of those atmospheric rivers, we'd have another very, very wet year. So that's the long answer. The short answer is I think there's no real strong predictions either way.
A 50% chance it'll be wet or dry this next year. Somebody else have a, Ken?
Thank you, Catherine, for your report. Good presentation. I just had a couple of questions. One was the lower temperatures that you noted, and really lower than the 10-year average. What's driving that? Because it doesn't look like it's releases from Shasta, since they're pretty full. I mean, it must be. Something's got to be driving that.
Yeah, so I think we've been seeing these lower water temperatures because of the increased ambient temperature outside, which has caused more snowmelt.
Okay.
That's what we had kind of discussed. So just to kind of give you an idea of what the historical average temperatures are for Clear Creek, it's 55 degrees, which is pretty close to what we have right now. At Collinsville, it's 65 degrees, and then at Clifton Court Forebay, it's 67. So kind of hanging close to the average and not deviating too incredibly far one way or another, which is good for everything in the water.
Happy fish.
I don't remember the exact dates, but I think October 25th or something like that is the date that the operators have to have their reservoirs down to flood control space. So there's probably been a higher than average releases over the last month compared to the previous 6 or 7 years. And that has probably contributed to higher flows and cooler temperatures.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have trouble meeting their flood control target in Orville.
No, they did that early.
Just a second question, and this is, John, you created the opening here, so I'm going to take advantage of it. The way we report salinity, and I definitely understand, and the previous chief scientist, this was something we went back and forth on. I understand microsiemens is the most accurate measure, and it means a lot to scientists. They prefer it. And water treatment plant operators operating in real time, understand microsiemens. And even for me, having to convert this in my head, I mean, most people in the water community, and I'd say even in the environmental community, think of salinity in terms of total dissolved solids. And John, you mentioned it, you went parts per thousand, but in water, we think of it in parts per million or milligrams per liter. So I think it would be, in terms of communicating to a broader audience on these numbers, that if you could use microsiemens, it's more accurate, but sort of average monthly salinity, and I think that's something that is reported out in terms of, parts per million, total dissolved solids. I think that has more meaning. So this is my last pitch to try and have that as part of the report, so we can get a feel for, okay, what is the salinity, the TDS, the number that probably has the broadest meaning to people.
Is that a promise?
Yes, it is a promise.
Okay.
It's just like, oh, I got to convert this in my head, and I'm so used to looking at TDS numbers.
I like the use of colors. That's helpful to me. So
We
green is
we
good.
can do that. So the, definitely microsiemens or millisiemens is what's more commonly used at low, especially at very low salinities. The challenge is there's not a simple conversion because they're measuring different things. One measures conductivity. They're both affected by the amount of ions in the water, but one measures conductivity, one measures total dissolved.
Yeah, and I know the
constituents.
DWR reports in total dissolved solids,
Yeah, so
and I'm
we
sure
can
they're
see-
taking daily readings.
I'm not
and-
sure how the data that Catherine uses are presented, but we can look to see if we could present it in both.
Yeah, I think that's it, just so, Cliff used to convert it in real time here.
I can't do that, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I can't either. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it is the last time I'll ask.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to say, could we convert it into the KISS formula?
Yeah, green is good.
Green is good, yeah.
Catherine, thank you very much. John, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, well, that completes file item number 8. Any requests for comment? Then, John, you're up again. File item number 9, Delta Independent Science Board reappointments.
Great, so this item is an action item to vote on, and it's the recommendation for the extension, the reappointment of 2 of our scientists on the Independent Science Board, Dr. Jay Lund and Dr. Joe Fernando. As you know, the members of the Independent Science Board have 5-year terms. They're able to serve 2 complete terms on the Independent Science Board, and then we rotate in new members. So Jay and Joe have both completed their full 5-year terms and have both made strong contributions to the board while they've been here. I'll just highlight some of their experiences and accomplishments, starting first with Jay Lund. So Jay, in terms of his participation on the board, has been very active. He served as the board chair for 2 years, just finishing this summer. During his time as chair, the ISB has completed a number of reviews on the EIR of water fix, the Eco Restore Adaptive Management Program, performance measures, thematic reviews on the Delta as evolving place, on adaptive management, Delta levees, and fish and flow. So Jay has been instrumental in moving the board along. The board is truly independent, so the chair, sometimes it's a challenge for the chair to keep them moving, but I think he kept them working very, very efficiently. And beyond those, he's really contributed enormously. His research area and his expertise is in water resources, environmental system engineering. So he has a really broad level of expertise. He's one of the small number of board members that has worked directly here in the Delta and brings a lot of local knowledge and experience. In terms of his professional background, he's a professor in civil and environmental engineering at UC Davis, where he's been since 1987. He also is the director of their Center for Watershed Science that has contributed enormously to work in the Delta, and he's been the director there since 2009. He's published 4 books, 2 on the Delta, one on California water in general, one on the Klamath River, over 100 peer-reviewed publications, many honors, including Distinguished Member of the American Society of Civil Engineers and the Distinguished Scholarly Public Service Award from UC Davis. So he's widely regarded as an expert on those water issues that he works on, and really a strong contributor. Joe Fernando has also served on the board for the past 5 years and his area of expertise is in fluid dynamics, so all things related to flow, with broad applications from climate change to modeling and risk management and risk assessment. He has also made strong contributions to the board in terms of the reviews that they've done on the State Water Board, on the CSO amendment, on the fish and flow review, so he's contributed substantially. And in speaking with all of the members on the board, over the last 2 months, I've been trying to talk with each of the members of the Independent Science Board individually, just to get to know them and to learn about what they see as the strengths and challenges for the board. Universally, many of them serve on boards across the country, across the world. And most of them say this is one of their favorite boards to serve on because it's really so productive and so collegial and so effective in their work. And so I think Jay and Joe both really contribute to that. Joe is currently at the University of Notre Dame, where he's been since 2010. Prior to that, and at University of Notre Dame, he has an endowed chair in engineering. Prior to his work at Notre Dame, he served since 1984 at the University of Arizona and directed their Center for Environmental Fluid Dynamics. I was stunned. So both of them submitted their CVs. We didn't include them in your binder, because Jay's is 41 pages long and Joe's is 135 pages. And they're not padded with fluff. They truly are amazing accomplishments. Joe has over 200 peer-reviewed publications, editor on 3 books. He's the fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Sciences, or the AAAS, which is really the highest regarded science community in the U.S., and really a true honor to be a fellow. He is also a fellow of the American Meteorological Society. He's received honorary degrees from University of Grenoble and the University of Dundee in Scotland, multiple Best Paper Awards for his publication. So both of them, I think, are truly outstanding, and I strongly recommend them for reappointment.
Very good. It's an action item. Do we have any requests for public comment? All right. So the recommendation from our lead scientist, John Callaway, is to ask the council to reappoint 2 existing Delta Independent Science Board members whose first terms are coming to an end, Dr. Jay Lund and Dr. Joe Fernando. What is your pleasure?
Move to approve Dr. Callaway's recommendations.
Weinberg moves. Gatto seconds. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote.
Weinberg, aye.
Tatayan, aye.
Fiorini, aye. Motion passes unanimously. That's very good, John.
Great.
That's your first
Yes.
recommendation. Unanimous. Good.
We made it.
Okay.
I also should say we have a new one member stepping down, Brian Atwater, and hopefully next month we're very close to identifying a final candidate to replace Brian, and I hope that next month we'll be making a recommendation for that position.
All right. Very good. Thank you. All right. On to file item number 10. Approach and timeline for Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment. Jessica?
Sure. So during this item, staff are going to share with the council a proposed approach to amending Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, which is protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem. Kind of shorthanded, we're calling it the Ecosystem Amendment. Presentation is going to include our proposed process, communications and outreach strategy, and an anticipated scope. So with that, I'll turn it over to Terry Gaines and Ron Melzer.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Fiorini and members of the council. It's nice to be up here in the morning. That's a little bit different. So I'm really here to introduce Ron Melzer, who is the lead on the Ecosystem Amendment, and I was going to say what Jessica just said, so this is what we're going to be doing. That's okay. So Ron is the lead, and he's going to run us all through a presentation. We're here to answer your questions. If you choose to ask questions through the presentation, that's fine. After, I'll just say that we're pretty excited about getting going on this now that the other amendments are close to getting towards the end. So I will, at this point, turn it over to Ron.
Welcome, Ron.
Good morning, Chair, council members. So, in being consistent with the redundancy, I'm, of course, here to talk about the Ecosystem Amendment. I put together a slide deck that I hope builds upon the staff report, and I want to touch a little bit on the rationale behind the Ecosystem Amendment, step us through some of the elements of the scope. I think, Ken, you touched on it before. There are a lot of things going on, a lot of interesting studies and uncertainties in the scientific world that we're trying to process and incorporate in this effort, and so it's difficult to keep this presentation brief and cover everything. So I'll take a pass at the scope and then briefly touch on how we're thinking about delivering a proposed amendment in terms of schedule and outreach. So with that, I'll start with some of the rationale. So as you all well know, in 2013, the Delta Plan was adopted. It included policies and recommendations in Chapter 4 directing agencies to restore aquatic habitat, improve water quality, restore terrestrial habitat, at the same time while respecting local land use and developing opportunities for tourism and recreation. Some of the core strategies included targeting functional flows, so more natural functional flows, again, the restoration of habitat, improvements to water quality, non-native species impacts, which we've touched on this morning already, and improvements in hatcheries and harvest management. So since the adoption of the Delta Plan, and this, as a scientist and a conservation biologist, this part really resonates strongly with me. There's been a lot of pivotal events in multiple forums, so in planning and policy prioritization forums, in the approaches to natural resource management within the Delta, in, again, some of the scientific bodies of work that have helped to improve our understanding of the challenges and path forward with achieving a restored ecosystem in the Delta, and some critical thinking and some hard work put into better engaging the local communities within the Delta. And so it's really a good opportunity and time to kind of think through all of those different areas and synthesize the information and update the content in the plan. So I just wanted to touch on a few of those, take a little bit deeper of a dive. Some of the foundational works, a couple of which I've been engaged in previous posts. First, the Delta Renewed. Last September, you received a presentation from the San Francisco Estuary Institute where Letitia really took a deep dive into this. We think this is a fundamental document in terms of the new science available and thinking about the landscape. It's science-based, it's very approachable. It incorporates an understanding of historical conditions and functions, and then thinks hard about the constraints on the landscape and how we can proceed on realizing some of those functions and values in today's landscape. So we see this as an important work, and one of the things that really should be part of Delta Plan amendment. The next is, and I apologize for my voice, tail end of this cold flu thing that's going around, but the in thinking about habitat on the landscape, there's been a lot of work around fisheries, modeling target development. On the terrestrial side, the Central Valley Joint Venture, which is a federal state NGO partnership to deliver conservation outcomes on the landscape, they've stepped through a multi-year process to update their implementation plan, and actually participated while at DWR, acquired funding, designed and implemented a study of bird abundance within the Delta, the legal Delta, and so visiting 30-plus field sites over a few years, and those data feed into this report as fundamental input into the modeling. And the scientists also really leveraged our understanding of conservation genetics in identifying what are sustainable populations. So this is something that we see a lot in bond language and is identified as objectives in state legislation. And so So this body of work, long story short, really provides an understanding of what sustainable population targets look like, and it takes that one step further in using empirical data on the landscape on birds in identifying the habitat targets that would deliver those sustainable populations. And those targets are much more achievable than other attempts where we look at the historical condition and say, hey, we need 100 million acres of riparian forest. This is step down. It's linked to, again, sort of the needs of the species. So I'm not sure this has gotten a ton of press yet, but we're pretty excited to dig in, to work with the scientists, and to think about how this might inform refinements to the amendment.
Ron,
John?
I was
Yes.
just going to add, we reviewed this article that Ron's mentioning 2 months ago for the council because it was such an important contribution to setting up that framework.
Awesome. Thanks, John. The other body of work that has been released recently and adopted by the Flood Board is the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, which included a conservation strategy. Last month, I know we received sort of a high-level download on the contents of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan as a whole. Buried in the conservation strategy, there were measurable objectives developed. Those are targeted or intended to communicate and to set objectives for a subset of projects that are multi-benefit within the flood system, and they really help communicate what those projects could deliver through a certain time horizon and footprint. But underpinning that work, we took a broader approach at looking at recovery plans throughout the Central Valley and really distilling the needs of species, trying to quantify that systematically assess the uncertainties behind the response of the organisms to the needs that are identified, and then also, our ability to map those needs. This rolls up into a package of landscape outcomes for the Central Valley, Delta included, that are really tied directly to recovery and conservation documents. So again, a more comprehensive look at what's needed out there on the landscape according to our partner resource agencies. So another interesting body of work that we're looking forward to pulling apart. Climate change, complicated topic, difficult to summarize. USGS, the Cascade work, John Radke's work at Berkeley, those are some of the modeling efforts that we're excited to be engaged in. The BCDC's Adapting to Rising Tides program, we're actually providing support for modeling within Contra Costa County. We see this as a pilot project and an opportunity to really dive into understanding vulnerability across the Delta and starting to identify strategies for addressing those vulnerabilities. There are more. Go ahead.
A question regarding sea level rise. Has staff identified a time horizon for planning purposes? I mean, the statute tells us to look to the year 2100. If you do that, and the 55-inch sea level rise that we were commissioned to address is one approach. Another is a more near-term approach. Where are you at on that, or are you?
We're definitely having those discussions. To date, much of the information that we've been pulling together has been focused on a near-term understanding, and then, yes, the long-term understanding. And within that, looking at lower bounds, mean values from an ensemble of models, and then the upper bounds. So it's even more complicated than just 2 time periods. We're trying to take a comprehensive approach. I think we're still talking through those things, and there's definitely some thinking to be done there. So this will be a challenge to crunch the data and really tie that to the implications of thinking about restoration and the potential for functions on the landscape. But it's something we think we're better positioned to do since 2013, given these new bodies of work. So switching gears from the science a little bit, the Delta Conservation Framework, we've been engaged for, it's been over a year now with Department of Fish and Wildlife We really see this as an important framework in terms of implementation. It's a way to think about regions within the Delta. It provides a significant opportunity to really interact with the communities, the residents, sort of the local human dimension on the landscape. And we're really excited to continue working with DFW. They're in the public review process of this document. I'll be attending some public meetings with them over the next several weeks and speaking to the nexus between the Delta Plan and the conservation framework. So this is, again, an emerging work and an important one in terms of thinking about the update. Okay, so the rationale, again, just to check back in on that, a lot has occurred. Information has better positioned us to think about natural resource management in the Delta, and we intend to really dig into trying to synthesize all of that over the next several months, over the next year in the development of the amendment. So I've bled a little bit into the scope or telegraphed some of the things that are emerging and that we're thinking about, but just taking a step back, in terms of document content, there are many parts to consider. The narrative, there's proposed actions, policies, recommendations, performance measure refinement to undertake. So we're in the process now of really taking a deep dive into the plan and marking up where we think things need to be updated. And Ken, go back.
Just as you get into the scope, and Chair, you mentioned something about sort of, and I wasn't aware of it, the legislatively stipulated issues that we have to look into. But also, this is the other half of BDCP not going forward, if I'm correct, that Eco-Restore and, Eco-Restore is much different than what was envisioned in BDCP and in the conservation measures. So I just want to get when you get into the scope, it's just how much new ground are we having to plow here? How much different is this than BDCP? What are the statutory requirements that we have to make sure we, check those boxes so we have a sense of, what we're sort of facing and how all this gets pulled together? Because I think the Conveyance, Storage, and Operations Amendment was really, even though BDCP didn't go forward, there's been so much work out there and all of it was tied together and a lot of data, and that was a little more clear cut. Here I don't have a feel for how much, there's a lot out there. How, are we pulling it all together? Are we having to do new work? Are we having to revisit? We had the policy principles for the CSO amendment. What, and I can't use the new council member excuse anymore because it's been over a year, but I don't have a sense for what we're trying to accomplish with this, as clear of a sense as I did with the CSO amendment.
I think Ron covered it a little bit in that when the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, HCP and CCP approach was they made a decision to go to a couple of projects, Water Fix and Eco-Restore. There were 21 conservation measures in BDCP. Water Fix and Eco-Restore cover some of those, but not all of them. We refer to those as orphaned conservation measures. And one of the goals is to adopt those. So I would say, and this is going to be a lot of work for the council members, but number one, on third or fourth page, pivotal events, there are a number of reports that we have received, from time to time. I would ask staff, provide us electronic links to all of those, plus the 21 conservation measures. We've got some homework to do. If we're not familiar with all of that data, that's one of the homework assignments for the council, because we can go out and plow the same furrows that have already been plowed, or we can take advantage of the good work that many have already done. And I would recommend that we take advantage of the good work that many have already done to help shape our thinking as to what types of amendments should be. And then finally, a review of Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan. I just recently reread it, and Patrick and I were here from the beginning. We worked through developing that, and I was amazed at some of the things that I read that I had forgotten about. So, so that would be helpful to us.
Absolutely. And if I could add just a little more to that, so NCCP, Natural Communities Conservation Plan, 2, it's a permitting mechanism, but it's focused on 2 objectives. One, biodiversity protection, so broad scale, and recovery needs of endangered species, so achieving recovery of species within a plan area. It executes these in sort of 2 actions. One, reserve design, and then the other being restoration planning. BDCP incorporated some creative approaches involving some management actions, the way that we manage the landscape, and then also leveraging habitat values off of working lands, which is also a really important concept that I'll talk about in a minute. I think BDCP's content, the other program that we didn't talk about was the Ecosystem Restoration Program and their conservation strategy, which was linked in terms of data sharing and information at the time that those were both being developed in parallel. They're absolutely on the table and under consideration, and we'll be crunching those numbers. I think the thing that we're excited about is in the realm of biodiversity conservation and endangered species recovery, we have these new works, which I stepped through some of them, that can give us an updated and maybe a, more refined look at those concepts on the landscape. And so, long story short, we absolutely will incorporate synthesis of those works. We want to see how those look against the best available science at this point. So maybe that's helpful.
Thank you.
I would just add a few more things to that. Chapter 4 is one of those chapters where the Delta Reform Act provides more advice than I think any other of the topical chapters, and more requirements in terms of what it needs to include, even going as far as to kind of dictating some of the performance measure topics that it should include. So that's helpful in many ways, and especially since we've written Chapter 4 once before, we feel like we have a pretty good head start on most of those. And in fact, early feedback from staff who have been taking kind of the close look at Chapter 4, the feedback is it's a damn good chapter. And but we've learned a lot since 2013, and there's certainly improvements to be made. The good news is all those pivotal works that Ron went through, I mean, people are doing this work for us and with us, and so we hope to piggyback on that, integrate that, weave that in as much as possible, and work smarter, not harder. That said, we've gotten advice from the Independent Science Board that a good way to launch our ecosystem amendment would be to prepare a white paper that cues up kind of the drivers for the amendment and summarizes the science and what we've learned since 2013. So that's something that Ron will touch upon in terms of the timeline and the process. And also we may be identifying other technical white papers that we want to pursue to augment what's already out there. So there's a lot to go on. Many have taken quantifiable performance measures for the ecosystem a lot further than we were in 2013, so we're not starting from scratch on establishing performance measures. And in fact, I think the plan is to start daylighting some recommended performance measures for this chapter, some revised performance measures for this chapter earlier in the process than we've done with some of our other amendments. So setting those objectives and then getting at what are the policy strategies that need to be revised or added to the chapter in order to achieve those objectives. So.
Thank you. So back to discussing the scope. We've already talked a little bit about sea level rise, climate change. This, of course, is a challenging synthesis, but one of the areas that we think we'll need to spend a little bit of time in understanding the implications for our priority habitat restoration areas, for the policies related to restoration and elevation. One important component is the topic of science and adaptive management. Jessica has referred to the interactions with the Independent Science Board. We also see at various spatial scales some lessons to be learned from our covered actions process. At the program level, the science program's engagement with Eco-Restore in terms of developing an adaptive management framework. And at the system level, the science program's interactions with partner agencies and the science community in developing the science action agenda. And so there'll be a focus on adaptive management and lessons learned. And briefly, other emerging topics that we've been discussing: biodiversity on working land, so the concept of wildlife-friendly agriculture, environmental justice, issues of governance, institutional barriers, so challenges with permitting frameworks on the landscape, challenges with long-term management, I think green infrastructure. We see a lot to be learned from the management actions that we've taken out on the landscape in terms of levee repair and the habitat features on those levees. There's been a white paper developed on this topic, and so we look forward to digging into the opportunities around green infrastructure and ecosystem services, so the concept where we use ecological function to deliver, benefits to society. So carbon sequestration and some of the pilot work on Sherman and Twitchell Island are a good example of this. Now, these latter two items, I think it's important to also manage our expectations of how they might contribute to, true ecological function and recovery of species, given that they have somewhat different project purposes. We really need to think hard about that and understand how they fit into the picture, although we do see them as an important part of a broad portfolio in natural resource management. And so this slide, I think, just a reminder for me to check back in. So all of these various planning bodies of work, scientific bodies of work, the Delta Renewed, we see the Delta Conservation Framework, again, as an important planning structure and implementation. Our intent is to wrap this up and refine the chapter where it makes sense. Again, I absolutely agree with what Jessica said before. I think our impression is that the chapter is a very solid framework as is, and a lot of the concepts are still very relevant and on point. So that wraps up my discussion of scope, and moving on to our implementation of this exercise. So one of the things that we've been heavily engaged in now is outreach. So the council's chair and vice chair have been conducting listening sessions with important sort of high-level stakeholders and partner agencies. At a staff level, we've been coordinating and doing outreach with partners, stakeholders, state, federal, local agencies. We work closely, again, with the Department of Fish and Wildlife on the Delta Conservation Framework and those outreach processes. The Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, so the DPIC working group, we, in November, will be stepping through a meeting focused on gathering input from agencies on the amendment process. Public meetings, so we'll have a public meeting in the spring on this. And then the California Environmental Quality Act, so the CEQA process, will add a whole, additional layer of outreach and review, so scoping, public workshops, and public opportunities for review of written materials. So. Let's see. So I didn't insert a slide on the technical work that we're undertaking. I've touched a lot upon the bodies of work that we're thinking about, and in the background over the next 6 months, we'll be working hard again to synthesize those bodies of work. This involves close work with the science program, interactions, limited interactions with the Independent Science Board in terms of their input on what homework we should be doing beforehand. And absolutely distilling that research and homework into the form of whether it be a white paper or some focused topic papers where we discuss specific topics, uncertainties, and come up with policy recommendations out of those documents. So we hope to provide some of that as informational material in the coming months. So, do you want? Yeah, I could run through the timeline. This is a bit of an ambitious slide in terms of words. So again, October through March, we're working on the draft amendment. That includes looking hard at the chapter and then those technical bodies of work, the white paper, and other technical analyses that underpin that exercise. In January, we're hoping to present draft performance measures to the council as an informational item, start the discussion about the metrics for understanding that the policies and recommendations are achieving the intended outcomes. Winter and spring of 2018, council reviews and provides input on proposed policies and recommendations. So more review of content in the background. We are intending to file a notice of preparation to initiate CEQA in the spring of 2018. At similar time, we'll be looking for the council to approve proposed project description so we can step into the CEQA review process formally. And throughout the summer, at some point, we're still sort of getting the schedule dialed in, but release a draft CEQA document on the amendment. And then our target at this point is to deliver a CEQA document that has stepped through the process and a proposed amendment for council certification and adoption, respectively. So that's the timeline. I can leave that up. That's the last slide. You have a questions slide. I don't know if Terry, you want to add to that at all?
No, I just wanted to add that a lot of the work that's being done on the CEQA document for the first round of amendments, I think we'll be able to use in this amendment. So it'll make that process, it'll be a little more efficient, add efficiencies to the process. So, and you can see we've got several check-ins where we'll be back to get your input and help in this process. Mm-hmm. So stay tuned.
Mm-hmm. It's an excellent presentation. Great overview. Any questions or comments at this point? We will, yes. Ken?
Maybe I could hold till after public comment.
Okay.
Because
All right,
give the
fine.
public a chance to talk.
I see we have one blue slip, and I'm guessing it's Tom Zuckerman. Tom Zuckerman, welcome. Really wasn't a guess, I saw you hand it off.
I am Tom Zuckerman. I just had a simple question. On my calendar next Monday, I think you're having some kind of a workshop at the Gene Harvey Center, and I didn't hear you mention anything about that, and I wondered how that fits into all this that's going on.
So that workshop is for the amendments that are being done now, the CSO, the DLIS, and the performance measures.
Expand on the
Oh.
the letters.
Oh, Gene Harvey. Oh, I'm sorry. There's too many public meetings going on. The Gene Harvey, the one in the Gene Harvey Center is the public workshop for the Delta Conservation Framework.
Which is what you've been talking about.
No, that's the Fish and Wildlife's effort.
Yeah, they were here last month. No, they were here in August giving an update on their process. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Are you intending to have similar types of workshops on this subject as well at some point?
We are doing outreach, and we will have at least one public workshop, a broader public workshop, but we're doing a lot more targeted stakeholder outreach.
But I think we're open to that. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Ron did a great job, thank you, of running through our approach to this, and I would like to say that we're still sort of tweaking all the details.
Tom, I understand the need to have public meetings, and we intend to do that, but we're in the initial stage now of drawing from, as an example, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, a 2-year process that involved a lot of public input. The conservation framework that you just cited and is having, this is the meeting that they're having in Gene Harvey is probably the 12th meeting that they've had on this process. And so we want to evaluate what public input has been received on some of these other processes, evaluate how that fits into our work, and then I'm certain that we're going to be scheduling public meetings, but it's premature to pick a date and say we're going to do this or that.
Well, just going back to Member Weinberg's question about this, I think originally you almost had a free pass on this subject because you assumed that, that the BDCP was going to cover all this and was going to come up here on covered action or something and kind of, go forward. Now, obviously, the council has a much broader role in this subject than I think you probably originally contemplated. And the public is going to be, looking at it very carefully to make sure that this is a comprehensive look at all these subjects that were, they were discussed, but not adequately in the 90,000 pages of BDCP stuff that was done. And, it goes well beyond the subject of the eco-fix or eco-restore.
Sure, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. One example of the need to amend the Delta Plan as it exists today, we have 6 high-priority restoration areas identified on the map that we prevent further development to protect and preserve the opportunity to do habitat restoration work. I think you've referred to those as floating easements. We have the opportunity now to tighten that up and to describe in more detail precisely what should be done over the next 50 years in those larger areas with more specific recipes. So and that's going to need a lot of public reaction. We're not there yet. This is the first public meeting that we've held on the revision of the Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan.
Well, it occurs to me that you're heading in the right direction by looking at not only the fishery issues, but the avian issues and flood protection issues and all the things, and trying to make some sense out of a plan that would meet a lot of different purposes. I look forward to it, but I do encourage you to have public involvement in this. And I mean, of course, I've been in Japan for the last month, but, you know, I haven't been contacted as a stakeholder on any of this stuff, and I don't know who has been, but there are a lot of people that are interested in the subject.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick?
Tom's question suggests that when Fish and Wildlife conduct the meeting, Gene Harvey, is that right? That they, or perhaps we give them some talking points, put into context for the public how their efforts in our process operate, because I think it's easily confused, you know, if you're not following it as closely as the people in this room are.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely right. And Christina is here. Did you hear that comment, Christina? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I would just add one, we'll be participating in the meeting to the Delta Conservation Framework actually has an appendix, has a crosswalk between goals and objectives of the conservation framework and how that relates to the current thinking on the Delta Plan content. And so there has been some thinking behind this, and it's memorialized in their document. Now it's our turn to build ours off of what they've laid out.
You know, I'm convinced you're all working together in this, but at the level of the headlines for a person coming to a meeting interested in Delta issues, knowing what they're doing and what we're doing, and anybody else is doing that's relevant to this, over what timeline or with what authority, kind of.
Just clarifying, understood.
Would be helpful.
Well, and to add rigor to that, on the pivotal events slide, there are 10 significant works that are foundational to our work. And to the general public, you know, one doesn't mean much from the other. So that's going to be one of the challenges, is to identify our sources of information and why we have chosen those and why they're important. You had a comment?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Ron, it was a great report. I appreciate it. It was quite informative. I wanted to just reemphasize some of the issues that are important to me and my position on this council. That, you know, you mentioned the Delta Conservation Framework and the importance of ag. I want to make sure that we continue to remember that ag is really a big part of what we're trying to address and how we address it. Something that was not mentioned, and I'd like to mention, is the amount of public lands that are in the Delta. And they ought to be seen as a first priority to be used for this sort of work. And, you know, the taxpayers, the citizens of the state of California have paid for them. We ought to use them and to the greatest degree possible and try to lessen the impact on privately owned lands. You did mention the recognition of the use of wildlife-friendly ag. I appreciate that. And then oftentimes I say something that we need to mitigate for the mitigation. You know, and if you look at your slide on the scope of this eco-restore effort, a lot of it is in Solano County, in Yolo County. And the farmers that I represent are very concerned about how they're going to continue to farm with all of this eco-restore around them. And so I want you to think about that as you move forward. And then something to Randy, trying to integrate this Delta plan, one chapter to the other, and you've indicated some sort of executive summary that you'll be putting together in the near future to try to link all the chapters in how we're trying to move forward.
Yes, we've been amending particular chapters in the Delta plan. We have a requirement to review the plan every 5 years. That comes up next year. And I think the approach I'm proposing is that there's a lot of details, timing, agency names, things like that need to be cleaned up, updated throughout the Delta Plan. But I think the highest and best use of our time spent reviewing the Delta Plan is to redo an existing executive summary of the Delta Plan, one that describes what the plan is designed to accomplish, some of the reasons behind the recommendations in the Delta Plan. Make it, it was, John Hart wrote that, and it's a very, very colorful summary. I think it needs to be a little more technical this time and driven, in an understandable way, but driven so that the reader leaves the executive summary understanding, okay, this is where we're headed. These are the goals. This is what a healthy delta looks like. This is what a reliable water supply looks like. And here are the steps that the Delta Plan lays out to accomplish those. So, yeah, I think we need a new executive summary in addition to our review of the Delta Plan next year.
And Mr. Chair, one last comment. In the staff report, there's mention of the September 2016 meeting where SFEI came and made a presentation. They also, there's a trilogy document associated with that. Is there a possibility that maybe some of us newer members, if you don't already have it, could get that?
Before you go, I've got all three on my table in the office. I'll hand them off to you, if you promise to give them back. If you want your very own copy, we can get you your very own copy.
I'd like to, because you may not be able to read it after I get done. So anyway, thank you, and Ron and Terry, thank you.
Thanks.
Other comments? Yes, Ken?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ron and Terry also, great presentation, and you really got across the depth and scope of this. So I'm kind of like, wow, you got a lot of work in front of you. Ron, you mentioned that schedule slide was ambitious because it seems to be a pretty ambitious schedule, and things are going to come at the council very quickly, Mr. Chair, and I'd like maybe we can discuss a little bit about that process of the council's involvement, because I think we want to not, especially some of us who weren't around for the original chapter, and this stuff comes at us, a lot of information that maybe we need to think about a council process, not to put an extra burden on staff, but just to prepare us for what's coming. And you assigned Senator Johnston Chapter 4. I'm assuming you assigned all of us on the council Chapter 4. So maybe my first suggestion is at the next meeting, we read Chapter 4, but we also have a workshop or a presentation from staff so we can get a baseline at the council of what were we trying to accomplish, what is Chapter 4, some of these other issues you brought up today about statutory requirements, because if we're going to rely on Chapter 4 and modifying that or expanding it, then it would help, I know at least me, to get a better understanding. I kind of view this amendment as one of the most significant things that we're doing, up there with the CSO amendment since I've been on the council. And I think what's different is we've got the in-house expertise to really weigh in and craft this. It's not, as much about water operations and that type of thing. So this is a big deal. And, so if we're going to be moving quickly, I think the council has to move along with that. And so we're ready to understand and take actions when we're being asked to take actions.
Yeah, well, I won't yet commit to that being at the next meeting. I think a mock-up of Chapter 4 is something that's underway now, and some of the questions you asked in terms of what are the legislative requirements and guidance would be potentially part of a white paper. And so the format in which all that comes back to you is something that we can work through, whether it be a subcommittee, whether it be in front of the full council, whether it be a separate workshop, whether it be a memo, we can work through that. So make sure that you as an individual council member and as a whole, are as involved, as you want to be, and that you have every opportunity.
I think it's safe to say this item will be on the agenda at every meeting from now on.
Actually, that's not currently the case,
Okay,
but we should work through that. And
I retreat from that. It's not safe to say that it'll be on every agenda moving forward. But as deliverables are available, it will be on the agenda. All right, anything else?
I can't help but mention that, Terry mentioned an ambitious schedule, and it is ambitious, and there's a lot embedded in there, and frankly, it's a goal. For example, you mentioned one of our regulations, and one of our regulations that identifies high priority restoration areas. If we decide to pursue amending or adding or even deleting regulations in the chapter, that also, comes along with it its own process, a requirement through the OAL process, the Office of Administrative Law, but then a natural desire where we're going to want to have more targeted outreach and workshops with the public on the contents of regulations. So one thing that's not on the timeline slide that I want to make sure that we highlight, it will be a review process by the Independent Science Board of this amendment, just as we did with the Conveyance, Storage, and Operation Amendment. So I just wanted to kind of put that caveat out there, but I think it's smart for us to start ambitiously and to want to get as much out there early on so that people have something to react to and engage with.
Okay.
Just, one more point on the schedule item is that, because we have 5 meetings according to the schedule before we're asked to approve and start the environmental process. So that's not, and that's kind of what I'm looking at is, we need to understand right now, what are we trying to accomplish. Also want to point out that coincides with the final program EIR coming back on the conveyance storage operations and Delta levy investment and performance measures. It's sort of the convergence of everything in the spring, and I think we're certainly not done with that process. So I think that's a lot coming our way, and that if we have to need a special meeting or something, I ask the chair to consider it. But I think it's going to be asking a lot. Staff's going to be very busy, but I think it's also asking a lot of the council to be able to work through those issues and very quickly without taking some extra time and effort to help that process along.
Understood.
Yeah, understood. All right. Before we leave this topic, is there anyone else that wishes to comment in the public? All right, Ron, Terry, thank you very much, and we're here to help you in every way that we can. This is, I think it's been said, this is an important process, and I agree. Time check. Pat, it's my understanding that the next panel will not be ready until, at the earliest, 12:30?
Well, one member, I believe, has the 12:30 constraint, so we could start the panel at 12, and then when that third member arrives, they can give their presentation. So. No? Okay, what do you recommend?
12:30. Start at 12.
Okay. Because of the time constraints of panelists on the next 2 agenda items, we're now in recess until 12:30. And we'll convene on time at 12:30. Thanks.
Go to White Shop when you're ready. Randy, we're coming up on it.
we're all set.
Okay, welcome back. We're resuming today's meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council, and we're picking up at where we left off with file item number 11, Lessons on Drought, an overview of reports associated with the 2012 to 2016 drought. And it looks like Jessica Law is set to facilitate this discussion. Jessica, thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, council members. I'm very happy to introduce this panel presentation today on drought synthesis reports. This topic came up last April at the DPIC meeting, the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meeting. We were having a discussion about priorities, agency priorities for the next year, and the topic of the drought came up and drought synthesis reports that have been going on. If any of you remember the high-impact science actions that the DPIC was very involved in approving and recommending, one of the top actions was to do a scientific synthesis of management actions that were taken during the drought. And so the Delta Science Program has taken a lead on this, working with researchers from UC Davis, two of which are here today. But also there's a lot of other activities going on looking back at the drought and management actions that were taken. So we have two other presentations to talk about those efforts. And there are certainly lots of other efforts that are going on also, and we understand that there's some new reports that have been released, but the panelists are here today. They are certainly experts in this topic and here to answer all of your questions. Let me just quickly introduce them. So first we'll hear from Dr. John Duran and Dr. Amber Manfrey at the Center for, both researchers at UC Davis Center for Watershed Sciences. They are leading the synthesis effort being conducted through the science program and UC. They're doing a report that is focused on key management actions that were taken during water years 2014 and 2015 and the effects that was had on the Delta ecosystem, water quality and supply, agriculture, and the economy. They'll talk more about that report and some key lessons learned out of it. Also, we'll hear from Michael George, State Water Resources Control Board, and the Delta Water Master. And he will talk about a report, a drought retrospective, which is being developed out of the Water Rights Division at State Water Board in coordination with the Delta Water Master Office. The timeframe for this report extends back to the 1977 drought, and will look at historical actions taken by the State Water Board in response to drought. So he'll talk a little bit more about that today. And then finally, we have Cindy Shipley, Preparedness Supervisor of the Emergency Management Systems Unit at the Office of Emergency Services. And she will provide an overview of the after-action report with respect to the drought, which is in its early development stages. And we're really happy to have all of them here. And last but not least, Yumiko Henneberry from the Delta Science Program has been leading this effort. She's also available to answer questions at the end. Thanks. With that, I think John and Amber, you're going to start, right?
There is a button on your microphone.
Okay.
With the red light's on, you're
I think I'm
good to
live.
go.
Thanks for having us. We appreciate the opportunity to present where we're at with this report, and we also appreciate the opportunity to do the research. It's proved interesting and fruitful from our perspective as researchers who are deeply invested in the Delta and Delta science. The opportunity to dig in and do broad research helps contextualize the work that we're doing. So I think from a personal standpoint as well as a scientific standpoint, it's benefited us, and hopefully we can parlay that to benefit the entire Delta community. So just quickly, we were asked by the Delta Science Council or the Delta Science Program to synthesize management actions that were taken during the current drought to actions that were taken to minimize the impacts to environment, agriculture, and water quality during the drought period. And specifically to look at if and how science was applied, and to try to understand ways that science can inform future drought management practices. Certainly, the past drought was extremely stressful. There were times when managers were really afraid of losing control of the Delta, and that's something that we need information and science with to be able to address robustly. Given the fact that the next drought will probably be sooner than later, given the trend of drought that we've seen, given the reality of climate change. We feel like this sort of post-mortem on the last drought is relevant sooner rather than later. And our process is to assemble an interdisciplinary group of about 12 researchers at UC Davis. Our expertise range from ecosystem ecology to agriculture and ag management to hydrology and water quality. Who else? There's other experts as well, but that's the general thrust of it. Together, we've interviewed over 30 specialists and managers and Delta stakeholders to try to understand from multiple perspectives what's happened and what approaches were taken. That was our charge, is to look at what information was available to try to synthesize it. We weren't taking original data and working with that. We were simply looking to pull together the broader community and their understandings of what happened, and then apply our scientific training and understandings to what they interpreted back to us. And I have to say, I think it's been a really successful start. So the way that we have a massive amount of data at this point, from hours and hours of interviews and readings and whatnot. So we've been struggling to structure this in a way that makes, that can be coherently broken down. And so we have a general overview at the start, and then we have our conclusions and recommendations at the end, but the middle, the meat of it, is where we needed to break down actions and response in a way that can be teased apart and understood by the public. And to do that, the structure that we've settled on is to describe the issue, the legal mandate that drove the issue, because that's really what this drought was about. I mean, the fact is that we did keep water quality together in the Delta for most of the drought. And we did provide deliveries for at least the senior water stakeholders. You know, the problem was not so much water shortages, but issues of water quality. We did keep people in urban areas drinking, and agriculture survived through groundwater. So the problem was approaching violations of the legal mandates that we prescribed for the Delta and for water management. And so we break it down as issue, the mandate behind the issue, and then the action that was taken by managers. And what we do, we then look at the results of that, and we discuss how the action met the requirements, and if that was driven by science. So that's our basic structure. I hope that makes sense. And our key findings, in short, I just want to get to the meat of it. Our key findings have surrounded, or I should say, are the key actions that we're examining at this point. I'm not going to dig too deeply into the findings because we're just now kind of delving down into it, and I want to be clear before I drop the bombshells. I'm teasing. There are no bombshells. But the key findings that we're looking at were Sacramento River temperatures for winter-run salmon were obviously a problem, and it's much discussed. The duration of the drought, while our mandate was to look at 2014 and 2015, that was a legal declaration of the drought. The drought is different things to different people, and different people will delineate it differently. And so biologically, the drought extends well beyond 2014 and 15, and even well beyond 2012 and 2016, which is sort of a hydrodynamically justified definition of the drought, to beyond that, because biologically we're not allowing some of our ecosystem dynamics to recover in between these increasingly frequent droughts. So we talk a bit, we try to break this down, and we talk a bit about delineating the duration of drought. Some of the other things we talk about are water quality in the Delta versus, I should say, water quality standards, how they were met, versus standards for fish and ecosystem. And there's a difference there in water quality and flows, because water quality has to do with the geochemistry of the water, and flows have to do with the physical properties. And our initial work suggests that we don't delineate between those two concepts very well in our management of water, and especially during periods of scarcity. We also discuss agency collaborations. This is less scientific and just socioeconomical or political, but we examined the temporary urgency change, the TUCP process, and the function of the RTDOT, the real-time drought operations team, how they functioned throughout the drought, and how that collaboration parlayed out to management actions. And finally, we discuss the salinity barrier. Those are the 5 or 6 things that have kind of risen to the top in terms of what we've looked at. And there are other things as well, but those are the top issues that we have. And then quickly, the take-home messages that we have thus far are that we should be, and these are the easy ones, we should be planning for droughts like we plan for floods. We should have drought preparedness actions which involve multiple agency participants. Just like we would do a run-through scenario of a drought condition, we should be running through a run-through scenario of a flood condition, we should be running through drought scenarios as well. And we need to probably do that every year because of the uncertainty in California climate. The advantage of doing it, even when unnecessary, is that we have these ongoing collaborations among agencies who have to make really critical decisions, and they don't always have a good communication structure in place. Across the board, agency members said that the RTDOT process was very beneficial because it got the 5 big agencies together talking. And they even said that the TUCP process was really valuable, although stressful. A lot of people retired after it. A lot of people have a little bit of PTSD after it. But in general, the process was very successful because it got so many people talking every week on the fly about how to approach solutions. And so,
John, Susan has a question for you.
Yes.
I'm just wondering that RTDOT and TUCP gave you PSD, and if you could give us the meanings of the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. So the TUCP is the Temporary Urgency Change Petition. Thank you, and that involved weekly meetings at the Water Board to determine flow releases from upstream and export downstream for the CVP and there you go, for the state, it's for the Central Valley Water Project and the State Water Project. So essentially how water was going to be managed. And that took place at the Water Board, the State Water Board.
Can I help here?
Yeah, you can, because you're the expert. Thank you, sir.
Well, because I'm here today supposedly representing the Water Board. So the temporary urgency change petition originates because an operator who operates subject to restrictions cannot meet those restrictions because of the drought conditions. And so in order to have relief from those conditions, they propose and ask for a temporary urgency change. So they file a petition, and that's what creates the process at the board. So unlike the real-time drought operations team meetings, which were set up among the 5 agencies to meet on a weekly basis to talk about day-to-day things that the agencies were doing, the temporary urgency change petition process is actually provoked by a request for relief from terms and conditions in the water right that the petitioner alleges need to be relaxed because of the drought conditions. And they happened frequently during the drought, but it wasn't a regular process. It was a process each time that somebody was requesting very specific relief from a very specific term and condition.
Thank you. I couldn't have said it better myself, and in fact, I didn't. Thanks, Michael. And then PTSD is post-traumatic stress disorder, and the process, and I shouldn't say that glibly because, of course, it's a serious issue for many people, and I don't mean to insinuate. I don't mean to lighten that, but I will say that this is a very, very stressful process for every agency worker. And I'll just add that everybody we met was really dedicated and worked really, really hard, way beyond what they, what would have been normally required of them. It was pretty striking how dedicated all these managers were to California, and I was really moved by that. But there were retirements afterwards. We've actually lost, or we're losing, a large body of institutional knowledge because people got tired and they were like, okay, I'm gonna miss the next one. So bringing it back to my original point, which is that ongoing collaboration and increasing the lines of communication among these agencies is really critical in order to capture institutional knowledge and pass it on to the next generation, and to develop trust. Trust is an ongoing issue among different agencies that have different mandates, and only by working together in some kind of collaborative and regular scenario are we going to be able to overcome those. I think we can, but it's going to take an acknowledgement of the problem and real actions. Finally, or not finally, but the next is a better understanding, both political and scientific, of how, and I already mentioned this a little bit, of how environmental water quality flows differ from biological flows. And again, this is water quality is related to, but distinct from, physical flow. You need physical flow to manage water quality, but flow to a fish or another aquatic organism has very different properties that aren't completely acknowledged in the literature or our legal code at this time. And I think that that's going to be something that we have to revisit with both science and policy. Finally, scaling up. Successes in agriculture management to larger scale processes. We had a number of ag user or ag managers in the Delta who were using, who were trying to buy into processes to save water, fallow fields, and in general voluntarily support the drought process. But it was a small fraction. People who actually bought in formally to the program was a small fraction of the amount of ag users and water available. And so figuring out how to scale up and to figure out if those conservation methods at small scales really added up is another thing that we're investigating. Essentially, trying to figure out how consumptive use in the Delta really parses out among the various stakeholders. And then finally, no. That's it. That was it. That was the final thing. I was going to say socio-political drought versus biological drought. And I think this is the third time I've mentioned that. But I do want to emphasize that drought delineation. There are different ways of thinking about what a drought is. And as a biologist, I think I have an insight as to what biological drought looks like. And the Delta is chronically in a state of biological drought. And I think that we have compelling evidence that that's the case now. And we need to understand how that, I'll finish up, how that differs and where that overlaps with the idea of socio-political or socioeconomic drought. And that's all I have.
Quick, basic question, because you said "we" a lot. And you said we, in some of the takeaways, and you said we were able to deliver water, we were able to maintain water quality, we need to do drought planning. Are you talking about within the Delta? Because we weren't able to maintain deliveries or water quality to the export community.
Right. That's right.
And
I glossed over that.
Drought planning, my background's at a local agency, and, I went through 3 droughts and retired after the last drought. So you speak the truth. So is it the need for drought planning among state agencies that are making decisions within the Delta? Trying to understand the scope here of what you're talking about.
In terms of establishing better relationships
Yeah,
and collaboration.
is
I think
that
that's a place to start as agencies, but of course, pulling in other stakeholders is really critical as well. But certainly among state agencies that have access to the knobs, or at least argue about the knobs, we need better collaboration and cooperation among those groups at the very least. And of course, there is an ongoing debate about, well, it's not a debate, there's ongoing criticism of how stakeholders feel left out, especially in the agriculture community, and we've heard that. And that deserves and demands more consideration.
Okay. I always had this image of an operator with a biologist standing next to him, and, making decisions.
And their hands around each other's throats. Yeah, but there's a lot of tension,
Well, that's what we have to move away from.
That's right.
The hands around the throat.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate perhaps that there are quite a lot more, this is like a fractal process of interviewing upwards of 30 people and so many details, and in the full report we'll be able to go into those more, but we had some great examples from water districts and more local level cities or water district level users about ways that they cleverly managed water systems to make sure everybody's needs were met regionally, and it just seemed like some locations really excelled at that, and other places maybe didn't quite have the infrastructure ready or didn't have a plan in place or whatever the missing piece was. But we'll go into more lessons learned about that specific topic for sure.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult. It's a very challenging. It's the most challenging environment to work in, and that's why people decide they've had enough.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks for listening to us.
I kind of did a PowerPoint thing for you guys. Oh, sorry. Button.
There you go.
Okay, now I'm live. Okay, so I actually did a PowerPoint to give you an idea of who we are, what we do, to help you out and look at the frame of reference. I'm Cindy Shipley. I actually am retiring too, but not because of any disaster events. I've been doing this for 19 years, so it's kind of exciting for me that you're doing what you're doing today, because I think a lot of the lessons learned need to be shared so that we can rehearse and learn and take from each event. Right now we're in the middle of fires. We just finished, we're doing the Oroville after action. We'll start the fires after action. So my unit, we're always doing after action. So we hope that they're more widely shared. But as you see when I go into it, we're not quite kind of at the level that will benefit the granular science component, but we'll see what we get. So basically, we're going to do an after action every time the governor proclaims an emergency. So my unit will do that. There's only one staff doing it. So every time the governor proclaims, we're going to do that. But it focuses on the emergency management components under the law, which I'm going to talk about. For the drought itself, we are really interested in doing more, a little different from our norm. We're kind of looking at the California drought story, because this is a bit of a historical thing with not having another drought, and we define drought a certain way as well since the 70s. We're looking at a little more than our normal emergency management partner as they responded, because this was a response and recovery event. It was a little bit of a slow moving, so it wasn't like a wildfire or an earthquake. So the drought we'll look at from 2014 to 2017, which correlates to the governor's proclamation and the termination of the proclamation. We do know there's a couple of counties that are still open, I believe, but they're still encouraged to report anyway. We had a lot of non-traditional partners that did collaborate. So to UC Davis's point, I think we're going to learn a lot. We hope to learn a lot, but I'm going to tell you how we learn that. The structures created under the drought response were a little different than our normal emergency management response, so I'll mention that briefly. And to say it was complex is no understatement. It was so complex from all levels, whether it was, species or land or population, whatever. There was a lot of impact, so it will be interesting to see what people provide us. But we would like to increase those communications and lessons learned and collaborate with planning. I do commend, I know DWR isn't here today, but DWR actually did have a drought plan that was used, and they've integrated into their, in the 2013 water plan update, they've updated it again, and I know it has that too much water, too little water, mindset. So DWR might be someone you really want to talk to as well. They'll also be providing us a report. So for us, we have to do it because it's the law. For us, 8607F of the Emergency Services Act talks about what the report is and why we do it, and then we have 2 supporting regulations that talks about that the government agencies that have to do it, and then the incident period, which is defined by our director. It also, like I said, it goes with the governor's proclamation and then the ending termination. But sometimes the termination doesn't come, so we will describe the incident period. All right. So for 8607F, it really talks about the collaboration of local agencies sending us a report, and they have to get it to Office of Emergency Services in 120 days, so that we can, 90 days, so we can file ours in 120 days. I will tell you that that rarely happens, because if you have a 58 county event like this was, and how many state agencies or state partners responded, well, that's a lot of compilation of information to put into a report. So this is going to be a really big one. We hope we get a lot of good data. They're supposed to give us the basics on the public safety response and disaster recovery activities, and we're supposed to make it available to all public safety agencies that need to look at it. So again, the minimum is supposed to be the modification to plans and procedures, training needs, and recovery activities to date. So the government code talks a little about the scope and what should be covered and what people report to us, and then what we report cumulatively. And again, I mentioned the reporting requirements. The people who responded had 90 days. We send out a notification that we need the reporting, and for us, they'll have to get it back to us on November 1st. So that's why you're not going to get a lot of information from me on what it looks like, because we're hoping to get a big picture from DWR, State Water Resources Control Board, all of those entities, public entities that responded. So I mentioned the incident period already, and also for the incident period, those entities that receive California Disaster Assistance Act monies are needing to follow the law so that they can get the money. All right, so on 11/1, I mentioned that everyone has their information due. So we hope to have some better impressions by 11/1, and we hope we can share them before the drought report gets filed, but it's going to take us a good month or more to get it all put together. Just so you know, we found that I have one staff doing it. I hired a retired annuitant to do this report because the governor's proclamations have increased over time. So that just gives you an idea of how many proclamations we have and how many reports we have to do. The survey's on the web, so for public entities, they can get it on the web. Local entities can get it on the web, and we also email it to them. I already mentioned some of the reporting requirements, so that's just a little synopsis of the minimum requirements of what will be in it. The response actions taken, really the purpose is so they want to get those lessons learned. We want to know what people did. We want to know gaps in resources and capabilities. That's something I think is really critical so that planning in the future can really address what we can expect for addressing those if it ever happens again, and doing what he said, those preparedness efforts. The application of the SEMS, the Standardized Emergency Management System, kind of has, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it focuses on a rubric that looks at functional areas, planning, logistics, operations, finance, and management, and it looks at the 5 levels of the state that coordinate to talk to each other and provide information, and they also work on a mutual aid concept, and they also work on the construct of counties, which we call operational areas. Those operational areas are the county boundary, but it's everything within that county. So if you have a special district, including a water district, they should be using SEMS. So they should be using this system. You may have heard of nationally, they call it NIMS, but in California, that's the law. That's the system we use to organize for emergency services. The purpose of the report also tells us what we may need to modify our system. So that's another thing we look for. As I mentioned, modification to plans and procedures, making sure that we do this continuous improvement cycle so that people are thinking about this all the time, not just when the governor terminates and we move on to something terrible like the Oroville spillway or the flooding that happened this year or an earthquake or fires. It also should tell us what training we need to be prepared and to activate and to use our EOCs or whatever structures that we used. The other thing too is recovery in a normal event, like a wildfire. Wild recovery sort of starts with response, but in this one, a lot of the things that happened with the drought was more what you would see in recovery. It was kind of an interesting confluence between response and recovery. So it wasn't a traditional go out and put out the fire and then clean it up. It was what's happening along the way, what's happening with delivery of water? Is there populations that aren't going to have water? What's happening with wells? What's happening with species? So it was really what you'd see normally after. It was kind of a slow-moving event that evolved. So that's the whole purpose. It's to look at the training, the plans, the procedures, the shortfalls and capabilities and resources, and look at for future, what can people use for planning. Each entity that does this should be doing what we're doing at the higher level. Each entity that responded should be following that continuous improvement cycle to think about their own jurisdiction, and that's why we do it at the state level, to look at the whole jurisdiction of the state. So for the California drought, I mentioned to you it's due on the 1st from the stakeholders that need to respond. We are very interested in how did the drought task force do. There's different names from it. I'm hearing different organizational structures, and there's, I think, supporting structures. So we're going to look at all the structures that got convened and what were they called and what did they do that was different from our normal emergency services, emergency management structures that I mentioned to you in SEMS. We had historic drought leading to historic rainfall. And so we know culturally people are going to move on to thinking about, well, it's raining now, right? So those lessons learned will start to fade. So we want to keep those up front. There were very unique collaborations. We want to know about it from all these people that are going to send things in, because we don't know all the collaborations that happened at the local level in each county for the special districts, for the different state agencies. So we want to make sure we can put that all together so you all can learn from it in the future. What did we know from all these different sectors? We know that there was unique problems with too much or too little of whatever in what areas. So we hope to know more about that. The relationships, what do we need? Maybe they'll bring up what needs to happen in law. I don't know, but I'm hoping that comes up. I think also the connections to other hazards, like I've wondered, what does that mean for subsidence? What does subsidence mean to infrastructure? So it'll be interesting to see if people bring up subsidence in the areas where water delivery would be, or other kinds of infrastructure. And I mentioned planning lessons learned, and then it rained. So as soon as it rains, people kind of move on to the next thing. So that's the basics of what we do, how we do it, in the timeline we do it. As I mentioned, I am retiring in December. However, this workload will be covered, so if you have more information, my boss, Jim Brown, will be here. My staff member, Scott Marat, does all the after actions, so happy to answer any questions or help you with any information you might need. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Cindy. Any questions of Cindy before we move on to the Water Master? Michael? There's no one else you can hand it off to. It's you
gotta
now.
go. Good afternoon. My name is Michael George. I'm the Delta Water Master. I'm usually here in my capacity as Delta Water Master because my position reports jointly to your council and the State Water Resources Control Board. But today I'm here speaking more broadly for the two primary entities within the state board who had drought response responsibilities. So it's both the Office of the Delta Water Master and our Division of Water Rights. So I'm here today representing both. We are a participant in both of the processes that you've just heard. I've been grilled by these fine folks from UC Davis. I was one of the people, along with several of my colleagues, who've been interviewed in the process of collecting the data that support the report that John was talking about before. In addition, as one of the reporting state agencies, we have responsibilities to provide feedback and input for the process that Cindy's just described. So what are we doing? What's our job, et cetera? Our challenge during the drought was to respond to the unfolding disaster as it happened, slow-moving and cumulative over time. But what we're doing now, and I've described this before in my quarterly reports, is to try and consolidate what we learned and to make that available to people for the future. So first of all, we're trying to collect all the information that came in through various different sources to which we either responded or to which we contributed a response. We'd like to get that insight out into the water community and into the broader community so that we get constructive feedback. I think maybe we'll get some unconstructive feedback too, because some of the things that we did through the water board, through our activities, caused a lot of consternation in the community. We need that feedback in order to do better. But going forward, what we're trying to do is assure transparency, that so people know what we did, what we learned from it, but more so than coming out of any other drought, we hope to be predictive of what we will do in the next drought. We'll be hopefully continually learning as we go forward, but we want people to understand what lessons we've learned and how we're going to apply them, so that they can predict what we will do when the next crisis comes upon us, what we'll do at different stages, how we'll know where the triggers are, et cetera. Because I want to go back to something that Amber said. A lot of the avoidance of harm in the last drought had very little to do with what our agency did, and had much more to do with planning for drought that was conducted at the local, regional, or operator level. We escaped the worst problems of the last drought because local agencies planned for shortage. They had plans, they intended to put them into effect, and largely that worked. Now, I think we all recognize that by 2016, all the rabbits had been pulled out of all the hats. And if we had had another significantly dry year in 16, it's very clear to everybody in every water organization from state level to local level that all the plans had been tapped out. So one of the things that we all recognize is that we've got to plan for longer, more severe droughts with a potentially shorter interval of response or recovery. And I think we also agree completely with one of the findings that John talked about, and that is that from a biological perspective, certainly in the Delta, we are in a chronic biological drought, which is partially planned and designed into the system, because we have a system which asks us to make maximum beneficial use of scarce water resources. We've done a lot to manage the system by capturing water when it's plentiful annually and interannually, and to make that water available on a basis that serves the needs as we see them from time to time. And those needs are changing. The demands on that system, which was created essentially for one purpose, being asked to serve other purposes. And so we've got a lot of tension in the system, which we're now trying to thoughtfully deal with as we plan for what happens next. So one of the things we learned is that we've got some significant data gaps. Although at a local level, there was a great deal of information, what was lacking was information that knitted that information and those responses together into a coherent statewide policy. Now, we did have this real-time drought operations team, RT-DOT, which brought together what John referred to as the Big Five, the fish agencies, the state and federal operating plans, and the state board. I was a member of that real-time drought operations team, and I agree that it was critical so that we didn't make mistakes of lack of knowledge, lack of insight, lack of explaining the basis for what we were doing, and dealing with and facing in real time the very significant contradictions that are embedded in state policy. You know, if we think of hydrology as kind of a bell curve, it almost doesn't matter what we do when there's lots of water in the system. We're dealing with flood, it's a different department, and there's enough slop in the system that the rules and the priorities don't really come to bind. In the middle of the bell curve, we're pretty used to managing with the normal variability. But what we found is that at the drought end of the bell curve, our models break down, our standard operating procedures break down, the lack of information between what local agencies are doing and how it affects statewide drought operations. That's where we had big data gaps, which we've tried to address. The legislature's been quite helpful in that. We got new authorities, new information, and we were able to use information that we only got when the 2009 Delta Reform Act was passed, creating this council, the position of Delta Water Master. That was the first time that water users in the Delta were required to make annual reports of their water use. We're now consolidating that. We're improving consistency. We're reducing double counting and double reporting. All of that is a process that's ongoing. We also got authority from the legislature to require measurement of diversions. We also launched in 2015 a fairly broad study of consumptive use of crops in the Delta. We're building on that now. We're going to do consumptive use of bare ground in the Delta this summer, and I think probably the following year we're going to be looking at open water, invasive weeds, and riparian habitat. So we're trying to build out the information structure so that we can make better decisions and so that people at every level in the process can do a better job of predicting what we'll do as regulators or what the state and federal projects will do as operators so that they can better understand what they're going to be facing when the next drought comes. I want to just talk about one other thing that John brought up about this lack of delineation between drought effects on water quality and drought effects on water flow and how those are related but different. And I just want to here put in a plug for what the legislature did 50 years ago, which was give to the Water Board, which was then renamed, a whole bunch of consolidation challenges to consolidate the operation, maintenance, management, and regulation of both water quality and water flows. And that's an ongoing challenge after 50 years. We're still working on it. We've got a lot more money, manpower, effort, energy, PYs, et cetera, going into water quality management. We've got 9 regional water quality control boards. They've all got staffs. There's a lot of budget, never enough. But on the management and administration of an extremely complex water allocation system, we went into this drought with about 60 people. We've now got a lot more, but a lot more of those people are being allocated to not drought or response to drought or any of the things we've talked about today. It's going to cannabis regulation. So a lot of important things, but we got to remember that the quality of water quality in the sense that John used it has a lot of resources devoted to it. Not until the 70s, but since the 70s, a lot of resources devoted to it compared to the resources that before this drought were devoted to administering the very complex water rights system in the situation of shortage. So those are the challenges that we've got. That's the kind of input that we're having to the processes that you've just heard. Thank you.
Questions for the panel? John, you mentioned annual scenario planning for drought preparation. And I think a lot of agencies are doing that now. The criticism that we have heard is that they don't look far enough into the future, that they're not adequately considering 2 years, 3 years, potentially a 5-year drought. Any nuggets that you've uncovered thus far about what is the proper planning horizon for drought preparedness?
That's, I haven't specifically thought of that question per se. By scenario planning, someone said to us that, the benefit is less in the plans than in the planning, just because it offers that opportunity for collaboration. I think in our scenario planning, though, we have to address a long enough horizon that we figure out what happens when we totally tap out. Because if 2016 hadn't gone the way it went, we would really faced a crisis for which, as Michael said, we didn't really have a lot of hats to pull out of, or no.
Rabbits to pull
out of hats, the other way around. And so we really have to seriously engage that. I mean, we still don't have those solutions.
Well, and one of the things that we're doing is looking at reservoir capacity. If you think about reservoir capacity, particularly in the new age that we are entering into, which is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which, as John said very accurately, was the safety valve, the release, pressure release valve that we had in the agricultural sector. That's going to be ratcheted down going forward, because we're going to operate our groundwater on a more sustainable basis, so it won't be as available as it had been in the last drought, in future droughts. So that means, again, you've really got to look at not just all the complicated factors we dealt with last time, but a new and serious constraint. And these constraints, similar to what John was saying about chronic biological drought, these constraints bedevil us every day. Recently, an esoteric issue about where we should maintain X2 was resolved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the benefit of the Central Valley Project to allow a slight relaxation of X2. That is, where the line of salinity between San Pablo Bay and the Delta could be maintained through reservoir releases. The California Department of Fish and Game determined that that relaxation was not consistent with state law. And so we had this anomalous circumstance where the federal government essentially got a partial pass on its responsibility as a joint operator of export facilities from the Delta, while the state project was told, no, you have to maintain the X2 level. And by the way, if the feds aren't doing their part, the state maybe has to do more than its part in a circumstance where, guess what, there's another constraint because of Oroville, not just because of Oroville's partially crippled position, but because they had to get under the flood curves by a date certain and reduce their releases from Oroville. So you got this anomalous circumstance where all kinds of good-intentioned regulations that are designed to help manage this complex process all came into play in a way that made the state project throw up its hands. Yeah. So it's a limit on how much we can let out, and yet we've got full responsibility for using water from the project to keep salinity at bay. We're done here.
Added to which is the risk of carryover capacity. And I think you alluded to this, is that if you withhold too much, then you're at risk for the flood the next year, which happened in 2007. Well, 2017 is an example of how that could play out. So there are conflicting mandates, and these came into play every single day of the drought, and they're happening today. I think basically to synthesize, one of the things that you're hitting on is that we have to find a way to mitigate risk with reliability, right? And so reliability is really the path forward in terms of Sigma and groundwater management. That was the solution that helped us to move forward. And in terms of flow management, water quality, we're going to have to do the same thing. Certainly, coming back to biological versus socioeconomic drought, one reason that it was so difficult to relax standards for X2 is because that's supposedly where we hang a lot of our fish management requirements on X2, as well as water quality standards for export and consumptive use. But if we had been in a position where our stocks of fish were more robust, there would have been a lot more play between the different fish agencies in terms of letting it go for a year or letting it go for a couple of years. But as it is, we have several endangered species that we don't have any flexibility with playing with. Normally, a species can handle a couple of years of real extreme circumstances, but we've lost that flexibility because we're chronically overdrafted.
Patrick?
I missed the narrative. What happens in Act 3? How did it resolve itself?
How did
the conflict between the state and the federal operation of the projects and Act 2?
So the state water project is under state law, which the Department of Fish and Wildlife determined that the relaxation allowed by the federal government under NEPA was not available to the state project under California
Right.
DSC.
No, I heard your explanation.
So what happened?
Is that what happened? The state spent its water, the feds sold its water, and state made up the Fed share, and the state and federal projects essentially operated in conflict on this important
So I wouldn't say in conflict, but here's what actually happened. The federal CVP took advantage of the opportunity to maximize its diversions from the Delta. They went up to the top, a little over 4,000 CFS. The state went to health and safety minimums, about 300 CFS. So the state met its obligation to reduce its releases from Oroville, and X2 wasn't held at 74 kilometers, which is what the biological opinion required. It was held further than the 80, which was allowed by for the feds. So it will average for the month of October probably in the 75, 76 kilometers from the Golden Gate Bridge. So we're monitoring to see what difference that may have made. Everybody understands exactly the point that John made, that the two safety valves, I said the big safety valve on the ag side was a resort to groundwater. The other safety valve was the biological values were extremely stressed. So this was supposed to be a wet year. We were supposed to get a lot of that back. The conflict among these regulations makes operating these systems incredibly complex. And the fact is, without a temporary urgency change petition, the fact is that some of these biological requirements were violated.
So, Randy, is this something that DPIC could talk about as an example of cooperation or inadequate cooperation?
Possibly. I think we need to lay a foundation to generate a useful discussion. That might be a better question to ask Carl at the next panel. He's back there trying to duck and avoid notice. But I was made aware of this a few days ago and have been wondering, it's not the last time this is going to happen. What is the solution to coordinate the state and federal agencies? My goal right now at DPIC is to have federal agencies at the table.
Well, and let me also say that everybody in this process was doing their job. They very carefully explained what their constraints were. Those constraints are built into a system that has lost flexibility for everybody. And so this is an example. One of the things that we tried to do, scrambling over the last few days to deal with this, is could we, because where the cheese came to bind was in the South Delta, we were also blowing beneficial use for South Delta agriculture objectives. And in order to ameliorate that, one of the things that was proposed, and here's where the trust, the development of relationships during the drought actually helped, because there was suggestion, one of the things we could do would be to move some of the diversions from the federal Jones pumping plant, which pumps all the time and was going at their maximum capacity. So regardless of tides, they were taking all the water to which they were entitled during the limited window that they had. They were maximizing under their various requirements. One of the things we thought was, well, could we reduce pumping at Jones and increase pumping at the state bank's pumping plant, because that operates on tides. So they could take more water at high tide and not take as much water because they got, fairly big forebay at Clifton Court, which the federal government doesn't have. Problem is, the Joint Operations Plan has its own regulatory process, which anticipates more planning time horizon, more sign-offs by more people, certainly didn't anticipate the issues of X2, and so there is, in a state board requirement, if you're going to do JPOD, that is, if you're going to jointly operate the facilities that are right next to each other but have very different impacts, you got to be in compliance with all the objectives. We were trying to make a change because we'd blown one of the objectives. We're trying to ameliorate that, and we couldn't.
Yes, Susan? And then I think Skip.
I'm curious, the regional and local folks have shortage contingency plans, and then there are water markets and water transfers among various water contractors. And is there any way to gain any insight in whether or not the ability to transfer within systems mitigated the urgency of the operations at the state and federal level?
That's where a lot of effort is going right now. At the regional level, interregional level, we're seeing an unprecedented level of cooperation, for instance, among 9 Bay Area water agencies. We see an enormous amount of cooperation, obviously, in some of the consolidated wholesale operations, Metropolitan Water District being a good example, but it goes below that at the San Diego County Water Authority, the Orange County Water Authority. There's a lot of that cooperation. How can we take a portfolio approach and work more cooperatively among each other? But a lot of that planning depends on reliability of supplies that come through and out of the Delta. It's hard for the Santa Clara Water District, for instance, to adequately plan for how to use its storage capacity, its groundwater capacity, and its imported water capacity when the imported water capacity is unpredictable. So we're trying to get more predictability into the system while operating that system on a basis that is more responsive to the stressed biological resources.
Skip?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to talk about, while we've been fighting over a $17 billion project, we've probably taken our eye off the ball about a lot of these portfolio issues that we could be working on. If we look at the water that went through the Delta and out the bay, it could have been stored. But we didn't have the capacity in the central and southern part of the state to accommodate this flow. Had we had a sites or a larger reservoir? Had we increased capacity? You know, and if we continue to fight over this large project, we'll never get to those portfolio suite of alternatives that we're going to have to look at very seriously. So it just reminds me, given all of the press that's given, this project may die under its own weight. So I hope we start looking at portfolios of, you know, groundwater use and multi-uses of our discharge water and you know, additional capacity for the state of California.
Yeah, I agree with the benefits of off-channel storage and a portfolio effect, to be sure. You know, one thing that the tunnels would have or could have provided was one solution to this idea of reliability. You know, I think the devil is in the details about the magnitude of water that was going to be exported, and I think that, you know, it's created a lot of confusion and conflict, but not to mention the expense. But the tunnels could be operated in such a way that would increase reliability, I believe. And I'm saying this as an ecologist. And so, you know, the magnitude of the project has indeed perhaps, you know, crippled it, but it is a solution, or it is one of many solutions that could be entertained. You know, I don't think it's going to happen now, but that's aside from the point of we need more creative solutions than we currently have on our plate. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Mike? Just an observation. I noticed you spoke about the tunnels in the past tense. Just Freudian slip.
The once and future tunnels.
Jessica?
Well, I just wanted to, a reminder of when the UC Davis report is expected.
We'll be submitting a draft to our advisory panel at the council in early November, and we're also going to be circulating it to the various folks who have come and spoken with us. We'll be getting feedback, and then it'll undergo a series of drafts with the final date is, I believe, February 1st. Yeah.
If I could clarify on the advisory panel is actually this planning committee that was formed during the development of the scope of the drought, and it composes of various federal and state agencies and stakeholders that we wanted input from to get a diverse set of recommendations of what to include in the report. And so that is the committee.
Okay. Yes, John.
So I have a question. If there were any lessons from this drought and this response in terms of the necessary information or data to make appropriate planning decisions and management decisions. So is there any missing data that would be important to collect, or any synthesis or use of models that would give some insight into how to plan and how to manage for future droughts?
Yeah, I think the thing that I heard repeated quite a bit from our interviewees was more long-term projects, which are, you know, as I'm sure you're aware, historically there's been problems funding long-term projects that might cover 20, 30 years and into the indefinite future. But those kind of data sets end up giving you the most kind of predictive power, and they are also just tracking what's happening in an ecosystem that's not going through a linear predictable change either, but going maybe in this direction and maybe in that direction, right? So so those long-term data sets are something that I think are really valuable, and perhaps there could be more of. We asked pointedly, usually if it was relevant to the person's position, what kind of science could have better informed their decision-making, and quite often the answer was that they had a lot of science available, and that wasn't really the problem, that it was more of like a policy or a communication thing. We heard repeatedly that there were big problems with information sharing between agencies, which is no secret, I don't think. But those kinds of things are social issues, not science issues, per se. And that was my take home from that kind of topic area. I don't know if John wants to add anything.
We'll after Michael.
So I'd just like to add that I think the critical thing is consistency of monitoring and collection of information. And that always gets short shrift when the budget crunch comes. And so to have these long-term data sets so that you can see patterns, so that you can create better experiments in an immensely complex system where you cannot do controlled experiments, that monitoring on a consistent basis where everybody shares the information, and this is a perfect place for DPIC because there is a lot of money being spent on monitoring and science, and I think the Stewardship Council has done a great job of getting this notion of one Delta, one science across the line. But what we need now, I think, is for DPIC to flex its muscle to get all the agencies to contribute to a collaborative process for collecting data, not just using their budget authority to do the one thing they need to do until they lose the budget authority or the champion for that retires. Because those are the kinds of problems that create these data gaps that undercut the credibility of any experiments we choose to do. So, you know, what good is happening as a result of this experiment or that experiment? If we don't have those long-term data sets, we're not able to ask that question, and so we're always in a position where we have to defend doing the science or making the experiment or trying something from an adaptive management standpoint. So that consistency of budgeting and collection is critical, and moving with technology so that we're collecting data on a consistent basis, but using better technology, faster, cheaper, better, the way it's done outside of the regulatory environment.
Actually, I thought of something else about that. We heard from more than one agency, too, that once an emergency is declared, in this case, a drought that we're studying, a lot of resources get pulled from regular sampling projects because they don't have additional funding to do hire-ons, or even if they do, there's nobody qualified to hire that's easy to locate and move over. There's just not the agency capacity to do the normal stuff and then also worry about drought effects and making sure that you're on top of what's going on there. And because it's declared as a state of emergency, everything has to go to the drought effects. And so a lot of, that regular sampling effort or whatever it might be would kind of go by the wayside until things calm down again.
And so you don't know what you need to know precisely in the point of maximum demand and stress on the system. So it's a terribly perverse problem. As Pogo says, we've met the enemy, and it is us.
Yes, and so I have little to add, except that that's all correct. Some processes are in place to aggregate information. So we being a data-driven society now, we still don't have solid structures for integrating the vast amounts of data that are being collected, and this is a huge problem. And for the amount of research that's being done here, we're a little behind the curve, although I do know folks have been consulting with the Columbia River Basin. They're actually much more well-funded and more consistently funded than we are here. But they're working, through Bay Delta Live, we're working to aggregate information and data and make it widely available. So we're behind the curve on that, but there is movement in that direction. Researchers are still publishing their work behind pay firewalls. And, like the National Health Institute is now requiring people to get federal funds to publish in open source journals so that people can access it. We have troubles with our agency scientists being able to access the literature. They ask me for journals, articles that I PDF them. And so that's a simple requirement that we all publish open source in the community. And then thirdly, consistency. Again, consistency in a way of providing data reliability, just like we need water reliability. So A concrete example of this is after the 1980s drought, we had the system gauged from top to bottom. There was a lot of information that was being collected in real time. And you can go on the state's website, the California Data Exchange Center, CDEC, and you can see all those gauges from that period that were begun. And then as the 80s faded and the 90s came along and the aughts entered, one by one, those gauges disappeared with whatever economic crisis or budget crisis that was occurring. And that really is problematic, because with the beginning of this drought and with the governor's declaration, they started putting them back in slightly different spots, but they started re-gauging it. And now that the emergency is over, they're going to be pulling them out again. And that is really, as Michael said, is really, really tough, because when you need the data is when you have the system functioning at extremes, whether it's lots of water or no water at all, and we have big holes as a result of that. Given the value of water, given the expenditures that we talk about when putting in infrastructure, gauging it and having a continuous science program that's working off of the data that are being collected from the gauge, it's just trivial. It's just really just a pittance. You know, we don't have that here.
So the Independent Science Board is undergoing a review of monitoring in the Delta. And John, I think you should recommend to them to contact these folks to get more input. When they develop their white paper and provide a report that will inform the Stewardship Council as it relates to the Delta plan, we'll go to work on considering the recommendations, and DPIC will likely be one of the places where that surfaces, such as we have done with Adaptive Management Report and the Fish and Flows Report. So I appreciate your concern. I just want to offer that bit of good news that we're working on it. Okay?
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, please.
That he said data, and it made me think of when we were activated, and I wasn't at the drought task force level like this gentleman was, but I do think what was interesting from me being activated was the data calls, that there was a lot of data calls to support that picture he's talking about, vulnerable water districts, where are we at, who has water for how long. So I think as an emergency manager, you're talking about non-traditional partners, water districts talking to emergency managers. And what I didn't mention, at the state level, there's a drought task force, but also at the local level, they maybe wouldn't have activated their emergency operations centers, but they had local drought task forces. So that would be maybe their agricultural commissioners. So it was a non-traditional thing, reaching out to other partners who don't typically engage in emergency management, looking at those drought impacts. One of the counties also contacted us. They were thinking way ahead. They're thinking, well, what about hay and what about our animals and economic impact? So I think when you mention data calls and data like that, those counties and those people are already thinking ahead. But then the data calls for supporting the Governor's Drought Task Force, those came through and evolved over time, more and more granular towards what does that big picture look like. And I think it was evolved, wouldn't you say?
This is great. Ken?
Yeah, John, just back to the gauges. So these are non-USGS gauges that were put in, or is it USGS?
Various agencies and scientists put in gauges. It's USGS, certainly the California Department of Water Resources. I have gauges in the system. The Bureau has gauges in the system, you know, and so mine tend to be deployed for shorter periods of time based upon my 3-year grant window.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They're not expensive.
The items aren't expensive. The upkeep is expensive, but also that's your brain pool, right?
But relative to the amount of money being expended on the projects, and you know, and data is so important, especially, you know, not only in drought but also kind of indications of recovery from drought. I just have to, you know, I guess I have to talk about urban California and drought preparedness. I just want to make sure, you know, especially having all state representatives, that most of urban California is very prepared for drought. We've gone through 3 droughts where, you know, dependent on imported water and do nothing but plan for drought, and you know, I think there is a relationship with emergency services, but we're so prepared that we know what to do, And this, actually, the state requires us to have drought contingency plans. So not everybody does it, but I think, especially in Southern California, and I think here in the areas of Northern California, got the message and immediately go into a planned response. And a lot of what we do is just reduce demand or use our storage sources. So I think I just always want to take the opportunity, especially here in Sacramento or in front of state agencies, to really tell them that we are very prepared. And I think the state board recognized that in sort of handing back the ability to self-certify on your supply availability during a shortage.
And I just wanted to kind of chime in on that. It's my understanding that the local level agencies, when they're dealing with a water shortage, it might just be regional. There may be no state emergency declared, right, at any given year, which is one of the reasons why it's so meaningful to have those plans. We heard from a couple different sources also in this process that one of the problems at the state level was that it took so long for the drought to be declared, 2 years plus in, that you've lost a lot of the flex that you might have had if you responded to that situation sooner and more aggressively. And I don't really know how to fix that, but it was identified as a problem. And it's something that local agencies seem to do pretty well at, so maybe there's some lessons there.
And I think they're not perfect at the local level. I mean, this, like, when are we in a drought is always a debate, and I know for years going back and forth with DWR, when is it a drought, when's the drought over? But for the public to take it seriously, that's when, it's the larger level of government needs to do something. And that's the signal to, maybe an agency like Metropolitan who signals to their customers or San Francisco PUC. It's like, hey, well, I could use my water. Nobody's telling me, and it's harder for these smaller local agencies to kind of do it on their own unless their water supply's gone, then they have no choice. But there is, I think there's this medium, and that's why I asked my question before about who are we. There's this balance between what the state does and what the locals do and how we work together, because responding quicker is the answer.
I was actually surprised at how effective metropolitan areas worked over this drought. It was really impressive. We developed this capacity since the 70s, really. I've seen it develop over the decades that I've lived here. And I think one of the fundamental tensions of that is that local districts have that capacity to deal with water shortages, and the state has a different mandate. They not only have to deal with shortage, but the potential of flood. And so it's really difficult to declare at the top level, because as soon as you start declaring a drought, you lose your ability to manage capacity for flood control. And we have not resolved how to resolve that.
So at this point, I'll ask, is there any requests for public comment? Okay, this has been a great panel. You've given us a lot to think about. We look forward to the report. And thank you to OES and the Water Master for joining us today. We'll excuse you and move on to the next panel. Thank you. Next up is the 2017 Water Year in Review. File item number 12. Yumiko, thank you very much for organizing this. Great job. Welcome. Anthony?
Good afternoon, council members and Chair Ferrini. I present to you the 2017 Water Year in Review agenda item. The purpose of this annual agenda item is to provide a better understanding of the variability of flow and volume of water and its varying impact on water management and the environment. Today we will hear information about the past water year and the operation of the State Water Project, how the Department of Water Resources met challenges due to a very wet year and its effect on flood control infrastructure such as Oroville Dam, and the outlook for the upcoming year. We also hear about the past few water years and their effect on the environment, specifically on winter and spring run Chinook salmon and the Delta smelt. These familiar faces are to my right here, but just for the record, I'll introduce them. We have Mr. John Lehi, State Water Project Operations Chief for the Department of Water Resources, and Mr. Carl Wilcox, Policy Advisor for the Delta for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. As we listen to the panel's presentation, some questions to contemplate are how the State Water Project is able to reap the benefits of such a wet water year and store and save or keep carryover water available for the future. How much more of the benefits of a wet water year would be reaped if there were improvements to the Delta conveyance only, or would improvements in storage also be needed? As well as, is there enough data collected and analyzed to detect how well Delta species are reacting or rebounding to improved wet conditions from such a wet year? And so I'll hand it over to John for his presentation.
Morning, John. Good afternoon, John.
There we go. Yes, good afternoon. So good to be in front of you once again, Council, Chair. This seems to be, I think, a semi-annual occurrence. So Ken, I think in the previous panel you said I think the discussion was about the RT dot and next to every operator there's a biologist. Well, here you go. So this is probably a good segue from your last panel. These are the images that we were looking at a little less than 2 years ago today for much of the reservoirs in the state. This one here is, of course, Folsom. And unfortunately, these are the types of images that have been ingrained in our brains from this past winter. Wettest on record for the north part of the state. So, this is just 20 months ago. We had over 80% of the state was in what would be classified as exceptional drought. The entire state was in some sort of below normal condition. Here we are today. That's been largely erased, with the exception of a few locations in the Central Coast, Orange County, still in what would be considered a moderate drought. So I think, this, of course, is a good reminder of just exactly how uniquely variable the climate is in terms of annual precipitation for the state of California, and it is unique as you look out across the nation. You see 30 to 40% standard deviation as to the average in terms of Northern California as compared to, say, a 10% deviation from the average on the East Coast. So very different picture in terms of very different challenge as it relates to year water management. Again, here's the what's probably familiar, where we've updated our annual runoff totals for the Northern Sierra, or for the Sacramento Valley, I should say. And it does, of course, show that extreme variability from year to year. Quite frankly, I think you've probably had speakers, maybe even a panel before you, that perhaps may have claimed that they can make some kind of predictions as to what the next year would be on any from one year to the next. I think a roll of the dice would probably be about as good. In terms, if you look at the record, you do see series of dry years, series of a string of wet years. You do see a critically dry year following a wet year, then followed by another wet year. You see critical years followed by wet years, followed by below normal years. So there is not what I would say is a statistically significant quantifiable pattern to what we see from year to year. So here's the outlook for, or this is the historical precipitation for the Northern Sierra. And so the last 3 years represent almost the full suite of possibilities that we would expect to see. 2 years ago, one of the driest years on record. Last year, slightly above average for precipitation, and then of course this year, in the light green there, surpassing 83 as the wettest on record for the northern part of the state. Similar for the San Joaquin Valley. Again, very drier 2 years ago, right at average last year, and not quite the wettest this last year, still edged out there. And as you go further south, actually, Tulare Basin was actually even drier on all three of these metrics for the last 3 years. The snowpack. So one thing that probably is statistically significant is at least the temperature in which the precipitation has fallen in the state. You do see here in yellow, which is the snowpack that goes along with the wettest precipitation on record, but you can see it falls significantly behind the largest snowpack on record. You also see last year, our 2016 water year, the near average precipitation didn't quite produce near average snow melt. You saw earlier snow melt. Of course, these are just single points, single data points. But that's the general trend in terms of the state of the precipitation as it accumulates. And of course, 2 years ago was the lowest snowpack by far in the Sierra Nevada. So where does that leave us in terms of the surface storages? Coming off of this very wet year, we're looking pretty good in terms of carryover storages for most major reservoirs in the state, with the big exception there being Lake Oroville. And that, of course, has to do directly with the spillway failure that occurred this last February, where rather than filling the lake up in late spring, we had to manage to open that construction window for the rehabilitation efforts, reconstruction efforts of the gated spillway, which is we're halfway through that construction period with Kiewit construction. So here's a focus just on Oroville storages for the last 3 years again. 2 years ago, the drought we see in red, water year 2016 in blue. Didn't quite fill that year, but that would be the typical pattern that we would see under a normal operations, where, especially in a wetter year, we'd have the ability to fill all the way up to the top, 901 feet. Of course, this year, a very different operation where we were attempting to protect the integrity of what remained of the gated spillway. And in order to ensure a safe construction and lengthy construction season, we drew the lake down in the spring rather than fill it. And also, we've drawn the lake down to not quite as low as the drought levels here at the end of September, but certainly significantly lower than we typically would be. You can see they're very much lower than average, and certainly very much lower than would be the case in a wet year like this. And that was really to safeguard the downstream protections in the event that we did face a very early wet season, or there would be some unforeseen delays in the construction efforts for what is really an interim design this year for the gated spillway. So this is the damage that was done. This photo was taken late spring, and just some of the stats on the flows that we broke all kinds of records in terms of the actual flow that went down the failed spillway this past year. We saw 5 million acre feet, over 5 million acre feet going down just the gated spillway. Previous record for any year was 2 million acre feet, so 2.5 times the volume, the record volume that we ever saw on that spillway. And this was for about 90% of that period was in this failed state. This is a recent photo of the reconstruction efforts on the spillway. So as I noted, the spillway will be in an interim form going into this coming winter. So it's a combination of, there was much of the, all of the damaged portions of the spillway were demolished and were reconstructed to either full structural concrete on the very lowest sections of the spillway. In the middle, we used, we have roller compacted concrete that is just an interim step until we're able to overlay that this following summer with structural concrete. So that's a big portion of the middle section of the spillway. And we are going to go back in next year and demolish the upper portion of the spillway that was still remained intact, but we want to update that to the latest design standards in terms of spillway design, so that by the end of fall of 2018, the entire spillway will have been completely reconstructed with the most modern design criteria for a spillway of its sort. So in the interim, as I discussed, we did have altered, would be a rather different operations of the reservoir in a wet year like this. You can see the blue line there is the actual storage. The red line is the required flood control, is the flood pool. And you can see that going into this next year, that flood pool reservation varies. This is under the current rules with the Corps of Engineers, our current water control manual. That flood pool requirement varies depending on the wetness of the water basin. But you can see the requirement there. We're putting in place an interim plan for this winter that will be much more conservative in terms of how we operate, and that's to take into account the kind of the compromised outflow capabilities of the interim design of the spillway. So we're not going to be able to push it as far as is required under very wet conditions as dictated by the current flood control manual. And we also want to avoid getting to elevation 901 and activation of that emergency spillway, as was the case this past year. And in order to accomplish those two goals, we will need to provide additional, an enhanced flood pool. So we will be taking the lake, we will be targeting an elevation that is essentially close to twice as low as the existing rules require under the Corps' water control manual. And so that's going to be a plan for just this coming winter. We're going to then consult with, and this was, we consulted with the Corps on this plan. We've had to submit this plan to the dam regulators, so this would be FERC and the State Division of Safety of Dams, to get their concurrence that this not only meets the dam safety requirements, but it also would also guarantee that we continue to meet the downstream flood protections, as is the case under the current water control manual. So that's all been worked up for this winter. We'll revisit the plan when we get into the spring, again, to take a look at what the construction needs will be in terms of reservoir elevations in for getting as early a start as possible for that construction window in 2018, from the spring into the fall of 2018, and have that completed, fully completed, refurbished spillway in place going into winter of 18-19. So we'll be updating this plan when we get into April, as far as what the target would be for, again, our target this year was 700-foot elevation by November 1st. We're right there. In fact, we're right under the target right now. We're at elevation 698. So we'll be revisiting that, what the target would be for next year for similar purposes. So one of the brighter spots in terms of carryover storage would be San Luis Reservoir, so south of the Delta. Again, these are the last 3 years. You can see the last couple years we've been well below average in terms of San Luis storage, and certainly carryover storage to the next year. Now, this year, where we are now, the green line, you can see that we're well above where we would typically be for this time of year, and in fact, for the entire late spring and into the summer, we've been running pretty high in San Luis Reservoir. So, you know, we're not positioned very well for a dry year when it comes to Oroville, but we're looking pretty good in terms of San Luis storage, and to be able to, if we were to see a dry year, there's a significant amount of storage in the reservoir to handle the demand for 2018. Now, most, if not all of that storage is essentially carryover supplies from the individual contractors, that it's water that was allocated for this year that they could take delivery of for next year. So in some respects, this is drought planning on their for those respective agencies in the event that 2018 is dry. Of course, the surface storage isn't the only picture in terms of storage. This, unfortunately, my slide got cut off at the top, but this is the 5-year period for groundwater levels from 5 years prior to 2016. So this was in the heart of the drought. You can see the significant drawdown throughout the state. But significantly in the Central Valley. This is the somewhat, the bleeding was stopped certainly this last year with some recovery that's occurring in many places throughout the state. But of course, groundwater it takes a long time to recover those types of resources. You can see, of course, that the recovery is not as great as that drawdown that has occurred in previous years. This is a look. I'm going to focus now just on flows that we saw this past year. This is the full natural flows. This is the 8 river index. So this is the major tributaries to the 4 major tributaries to the Sacramento River system, and 4 to the San Joaquin system combined. You can see the pink shaded area in the background. That's the average runoff that we would expect. So you can see that, and then the dark pink line is the observed runoff for this past year. So you can see it was nearly double the typical runoff that we would see. The blue line on the left, that's the kind of the individual days of runoff that occurred throughout the year. What's interesting to note is the peak inflow event that occurred there on February 10th. That was immediately after the failure of our spillway. So not the greatest timing for a failure event to occur like that. That was the largest inflow event since the New Year's Day event of 1997. So you see that that's a total volume of inflow on that one day, 1.27 million acre feet. As a reminder, Folsom Lake is a little under 1 million acre feet, so well over Folsom Lake's complete storage as inflow into the system on that one day. These are the projections moving forward into this coming year on the right, and as you can see, it's all over the board in terms of what that runoff would be. We could continue on this wet pattern but just as likely we could see ourselves return to a drought. Certainly we'd be better positioned if it was a very dry year because of the carryover storages and the soil moistures moving forward, but it's certainly possible that we see very little precipitation, and then of course right in the middle we've got our average conditions. Just a look at some of the flows that we actually did see, just to get a feel for the magnitude of the differences on how did these differences in precipitation result in the resulting runoffs. This is the daily net delta outflow index on here for the last 3 years again. Blue is this past year, green is 2016, and red is the drought year, 2015. So you get a feel for the magnitude of difference. Also have on here the actual exports, the combined exports that occurred in all 3 of these years in the dotted lines. So we were able to, you can't make it out real well, but in the green dotted line, we were able to max out our exports in the spring, most of the winter and the spring this year, and still meet all of the Old and Middle River requirements per the BIOPS, no problem. And that was primarily because of this picture, which is the San Joaquin flows this year compared to the last 2 years. So the San Joaquin flows were just overwhelmingly large for the most part until we got into sort of late April, May period. They did have some of the BIOP features did kick in. The San Joaquin IE ratio did have an effect on exports when we got late into the spring. But for the most part, Old and Middle River flows were actually running positive for a good deal of the spring period. So we were able to not only meet or exceed those biological needs this year, but we were also completely maxed out at the export locations in the South Delta as well, and there was still significant flows left over. And how did that translate to water quality? So I've just got one slide here on water quality. So this is Jersey Point right in the center of the delta. So as you would expect. Again, the blue line is this past year, the wettest year on record. Green is last year, and red is the drought. And so, this would be reversed in terms of the salinity conditions that we would see, the higher salinity in the drought. So we were running right up against the standard. This standard was not flexed in terms of a temporary urgency change petition. So we were, for the most part, we were able to meet the standard in a critical year type, with the exception of a few days. I believe in July there was a few days of exceedance of that standard. We had very little tools to work with in terms of managing the system during the drought. We were essentially at minimum health and safety export levels, so we didn't have a lot of ability to respond to tidal events that occurred. So there was an exceedance of the salinity standard in the heat of the drought there in 15. 16 wasn't really an issue at all for the salinity standards. There's certainly enough supply in the system. And this last year, there was more than enough water in the system. Very, very fresh conditions in the Delta this past year. Again, well beyond what the wet year standards would have called for. So this is pretty much just summarizing a lot of what I went through. This just shows the stepwise improvement over the last 3 years from critically dry to below normal to wet, extremely wet this last year. You can see the snowpack numbers there. The record low, 5%, near normal, 86% last year, and then a healthy snowpack this year of 163% of average. Again, the runoff numbers there. Those for the Sacramento Valley, the 2016, that 17.1, that is right about average runoff. 5.1 is right about average for San Joaquin. A little bit, it's between the average and the median, actually, the mean and the median. The Delta outflow, you can see that it was extremely low in 2015, about doubled those outflows in 2016, and quadrupled of those for this last year. The exports, you can see significant improvements from the drought to 2016. And then this past year was about 3 times the level of 2015. How did that translate to deliveries? Again, you can see the progression from very low allocations for some zeros for many service areas in 2015. Quite good recovery in 2016, with some notable exceptions. South of Delta Ag for the CVP last year was still only 5%, but this year, with the wet conditions, almost 100% across the board, with the exception of South of Delta State Water Project, 85%, but still a very healthy allocation. So outlook for next year. The only signal, and I don't know that I've ever seen a signal that hasn't shown higher than average temperatures forecasted, seems to be the more the norm. But that is the current forecast. This is actually for a 3-month period for November, December, January. Precipitation, the only word we're getting there is a very mild La Nina. But a very mild La Nina doesn't really tell us anything in terms of any kind of biased wet or dry for the northern part of the state. So that EC is equal chances of either wet or dry for the state of California. So it is, as is most of the time, a roll of the dice, essentially, in terms of what to expect for this coming year. And that's all I had.
Thank you, John. Any questions of John? Yes.
Just a couple of quick questions. Excellent presentation. Very, you've got it all there, and we kind of remember, we start to forget how tough it was in the drought because we've got all this water in the system. And I know it's really challenging to manage the system in a drought, but with Oroville, how difficult was it to fill, San Luis while you're also meeting demand during that, the window when you're pushing the most water through the system? Did it all just happen to work out, or was that a lot of creativity and adaptive management?
As far as the interplay between Oroville and San Luis, so for the most part, they were disconnected. So there was plenty of other flows in the system that were being exported. So it wasn't coming from Oroville early on. What we were able to do, though, was we did know that we needed to draw Oroville down to a significantly low level going into this coming winter. We did that in a pattern that would, later in the summer and into the fall, we knew that there would be some standards that we would need to, there wouldn't be enough unregulated flow late in the season that would have met all of the standards, and specifically the fall X2 standard. So we timed it so that we would, when we evacuated that last bit of storage from Oroville, it would also coincide with the needs for that fall X2 standard. And so we were able to sync that up fairly well to the extent that we could. I think Michael George did talk about we do have some flow constraints in the fall, so we weren't able to kind of manage through that. But for the most part, we met our target in terms of dam safety objectives in the fall. And, I won't rehash what was described in terms of the Fall X2 implementation, but which was rather complex. But in terms of our responsibilities to meeting that requirement this year, that was accomplished as well.
Yeah, I mean, it seems difficult. You couldn't park water. You were limited in what you could park in Oroville, but you were able to meet demand and get San Luis up to a pretty high level. That's a real good start if we have another dry year.
Yeah, so we're still not as good in terms of carryover storage going into next year, but we did utilize the storage that we, to the extent that we could. Oroville really wasn't the limiting factor this year. It could come, the low carryover storage could come into play next year if it is a dry year. But for the most part, we were able to manage through that.
Yeah, just my last question really is about the Sigma and the groundwater levels and recharge, and were you seeing this year, contractors taking advantage of the high flows in the system to do something? I mean, I had heard Kern had done a lot of groundwater recharge, and I think they need to talk about that all over the state. But did anybody else, take advantage of this to try and get water in the groundwater storage?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Every conjunctive use project, every single spreading basin, I think it's safe to say, was being fully utilized to the extent that capacity was available to get the water to those.
And were
programs.
some of those high priority basins?
I don't know all the specifics, but I know Southern California basins.
Yeah, see,
were
the Southern
heavily-
California,
Yeah.
looking kind of Central Valley.
Central Valley
where
as
all
well.
The
Yes.
high, that they're
Yes.
taking advantage
So
of this.
Kern has invested heavily in the last 10 to 15 years in the capacity and getting water to those spreading basins, and so that was fully utilized this year in terms of recharging those deficits, helping to recharge.
Right.
Again, it's takes a while to recoup those losses, but certainly went a long ways to in the right direction. Let's put it
Yeah,
that
we
way.
just need to get more of those agencies doing that when we've got supply available. Thank you. Great presentation.
Any other questions of John? John, then we'll move on to Carl. Thank you. Carl's got a pretty thick slide deck, but he told me it's a video. We're just going to look at it like this.
Right. So, Chairman, council members, it's a pleasure to be here. As Randy said, there are lots of slides, and some of them you've already had the opportunity to talk about, so I'm not going to really even pay any attention to those. We may engage in some question and answer afterwards. So, starting with, just an overall, it's a wet year. Things are generally good in wet years, but to some degree we live with the consequences of the past years. So in the salmon updates, we're living with the fruits of what happened in 2014. So we're looking at the fish that are coming back out of the heart of the drought. So we're looking at low numbers of adults returning, and that applies to both wild stocks and hatchery stocks. Basically winter run, very low returns, and what we're seeing are predominance of hatchery origin fish. To a great degree, almost as many hatchery fish were put out as actual juvenile escapement past Red Bluff by naturally produced fish. Consequently, the fish that are being put into the conservation hatchery are primarily hatchery the results of hatchery production and not wild stocks. And the intent of the conservation hatchery is to focus on wild stocks because of the genetic diversity and the variability associated with that. So, this is a change. This year we've struggled to get enough. The reason we're taking so many hatchery-produced fish are being taken is there just aren't very many wild ones out there. And the hatchery production is key, particularly in these dry years, to supporting the population, particularly when we go through situations like we went through during the heart of the drought in 2014 and 15, where temperature management over the summer and into the fall was really poor for juvenile production. This year, over the summer, temperatures have not been an issue because of the high storage in Shasta. Temperature targets for Clear Creek, which is more or less the lower end of winter run spawning, at least over the last number of years, have been maintained at, let's say, optimal levels. One of the things that we focused on coming out of the drought has been really not shooting for 56 degrees, which is the kind of the upper limit of optimal where you start seeing effects, but focusing on 53 degrees at Clear Creek. And there's currently a process underway to look at amending the National Marine Fisheries Service BIOP for winter run to focus on how to better manage temperatures for the fish below Shasta. And that's going to be an ongoing process. There's workshops underway to look at those issues. This year so far, juvenile fish passage past Red Bluff, which is where we gauge kind of the success of reproduction, even though limited numbers of returning fish, it looks like, the production, because of the good conditions for spawning and rearing, are probably going to provide a pretty good number of fish coming out and making their way through the Sacramento system toward the Delta and to the ocean. So at this point, about 280,000 winter run juveniles have been documented there. We're about halfway through the out-migration season, so we're on track to be as good as last year, possibly better, in recognition that not a lot of fish came back to spawn. Let's see, I think I've touched on most of the things, just recognizing that back in 2015, we experienced really catastrophically low survival of egg to fry. So that was like 5% of the total spawning population. So we're in a recovery mode at this point, and just indicating the importance of the hatchery production. In this slide, we produced 600,000 fish in 2013, 420,000. So that compares to in 2015 it's more than the actual production in the river itself. So, and this just indicates, the total escapement of adults, or I'm sorry, juvenile fish coming out. So you can basically see the trend going down. We've been on a downward trend the last couple of years. Hopefully in 2000, or at least in water year 2018, we'll see something better, and likely an upturn in the number of fish that are heading to the Delta and coming out of the Sacramento system. Spring run Chinook, they're primarily in tributaries to the Sacramento River, coming off of the west side of the Cascades and Sierras and in the Feather River. These are generally unregulated rivers or streams, and consequently that's, these fish go into those areas because they're suitable over summering conditions for adults and they subsequently spawn in the fall. So we don't have current numbers for Spring Run and Butte Creek, which is the largest of the spring run populations. But we have seen lower or increasing or below normal returns in Mill Creek and in Deer Creek. So Spring Run Winter Run get most of the attention. We're at the point of really starting to look more closely at Spring Run and how we can take actions, particularly in some cases with operations out of Shasta, to facilitate the movement of adults into the streams and then also the escapement of juveniles out of the streams by keeping water levels up in the Sacramento River at certain times of the year. Fall Run Chinook, basically, what's going on with those is the results of what happened in 2014. There's a lot of concern about the number of fish that are actually going to return, even though fairly heroic measures were taken during the drought to get hatchery production out, primarily by trucking almost all of the hatchery production down to the delta so they avoided going through the Sacramento River, reduce their being subjected to predation and other factors in their getting to the delta and out to the ocean. Even with that, ocean conditions weren't necessarily the best in the world. So, there's only so much you can control. The other consequence of trucking fish is that they don't necessarily go back to where they came from. So particularly with Coleman National Fish Hatchery fish, we're expecting really low return rates. We're also expecting lots of straying. So we've been taking actions this year to try to keep the signal coming from the Sacramento River positive for them, and that's been to a great degree accomplished through at least partial closures of the Delta Cross Channel gates. Water quality concerns haven't been a great issue this spring, so we've been able to have the gates closed. The Bureau closes them during the week and then opens them on the weekends for to accommodate recreational boating. It seems to be helping because we're not seeing lots of straying into the McKellamne. Also, there was concern on the amount of flow that was coming out of the Feather River and how that could divert fish with the reductions to the base flows out of the Feather River and Oroville Dam. That doesn't seem to be a big issue. We're taking measures, though, to capture all of the Coleman fish that come back to hatcheries, particularly Nimbus on the American River, and collecting those eggs and then shipping them back to Coleman so those can be added to the hatchery production there. So in general, it was a good year for salmon that, given the amount of production based on low returns last year. So, it's a positive from that perspective, but we would be expecting over the next couple years, because we'll still be experiencing the consequences of the drought, relatively low adult escapement out of the system or back to the system from the ocean, and to a great degree, ocean conditions color what we get back. I think conditions were good. So 3 years from now, hopefully we'll see a good returning stock, and hopefully there are good conditions for them to come back to. Smelt updates, high water year. Generally, smelts respond very well to these kinds of conditions. We saw good conditions throughout the winter, spring, summer, and now into the fall. Spring conditions should be really, productive for longfin smelt abundance relative to previous years, and we've seen an uptick in some of the indexes. The fall X2 flows are focused on providing low salinity habitat, extending into Sassoon Bay, and we've pretty much seen that throughout the spring, summer, and fall. And that pretty much translates into good conditions for delta smelt production in particular. We also saw quite a bit of spawning of longfin smelt in Sassoon Bay, as well as San Pablo Bay and its associated tributaries. And this is the consequence of high outflow conditions and the fact that the low salinity zone for much of the winter was in San Pablo Bay, if not farther south. So this is in contrast to drier years when the low salinity zone's farther up and longfin smelt are found farther up into the system, even into the central and northern delta. Fall midwater trawl, basically it has just started for this year. The first trawl didn't pick up any delta smelt. The second trawl for October did pick up a few fish, which is a good indicator because the last couple of years we haven't picked up delta smelt until November and December. So, for delta smelt, second lowest recorded index, but it's an improvement over the past. And we're coming from really low levels. Longfin smelt, again, second lowest recorded, but also coming from really low levels. And striped bass, were pretty good, assuming your perspectives on striped bass. But they have rebounded some with their highest levels since 2012.
So if you're an out-migrating salmon in a truck, you're not too concerned about striped bass?
Right, although even when you get to the Delta or even San Pablo Bay, there's still striped bass and lots of other things that will eat you down there. And then spring Kodiak trawl assesses adult abundance and distribution. And again, this is the second lowest on record, but it's also an improvement from previous years and gives us some hope about what we're going to see. So what we are seeing is basically a kind of a positive trend in indicators for delta smelt. And, with the 20 millimeter index, we also see, we're also picking up longfin smelt and those kinds of things, and we're seeing positive trends there. So it's all a question of how well they do throughout their life cycle. And all seasons of the year contribute to the success of that. So this is just an indication of what the high outflow conditions in the system provided us this year, or where in relationship to where fish tended to be. This is May 20 millimeter survey for delta smelt. You can see, lots of fish downstream, and that's where the low salinity zone was. And even in the Napa River, and then fish in in central Sassoon Bay and in the North Bay. Similar pattern for longfin smelt, although they're tend to be a little farther down the bay. And this trend has kind of continued throughout the year as far as the distribution of particularly delta smelt. After the 20 millimeter survey, the longfin go farther into the Central Bay and aren't really picked up by the standard survey methods. They're picked up by the Bay study. But here we have the summer townet, which is the survey that looks for juvenile and subadult fish during the summer. And again, we've seen an increase in the index. It looks pretty small, but it's much better than the last 2 years, which were zeros. And then Fall X2, the action has been implemented in various forms this year, particularly in October, as was alluded to and discussed by the Water Master and others, and we can talk about kind of how that happened if you'd like subsequently. But you know, the change in the action was to relax the requirement of 74 in a wet year in October to initially 81 and then subsequently 80. One of the things I would point out is that as part of that exercise, we learned things relative to the tools that we now have to characterize habitat suitability that weren't available to us when the biological opinion was in place. And where the rub came for the department is that when you shift X2, you're significantly changing the amount of available habitat and its habitat suitability. And that's not something in the structure of the way the CISA authorizations or California Endangered Species authorizations for Delta smelt. We don't have the flexibility to relax that because our determination is based on the criteria in the biological opinion itself and not how you might change it and how the biological opinion meets the requirements of CISA to minimize the effects on the species and to fully mitigate those effects. So it was a very difficult analysis for the department in making an inconsistency determination on that, but it really hinged on the effects to habitat and the fact that there were potentially substantial habitat impacts associated with the action that weren't mitigated as part of the action itself.
Question?
I'm not sure where to begin, Carl, but I'm left wondering, given what you just said, if we are striving for more natural functional flows, but there's this constraint embedded in CISA and the biological opinions, what are we left to do? Do we need to change CISA? When we have information that allows us to change the flows to benefit whichever species, what will happen given what you just said about CISA?
Well, it's not CISA itself, it's the mechanism that is used to provide CISA authorization, which is a consistency determination. And it's a determination that the department makes based on as to whether or not the biological opinion meets the standards of CISA. And it's not flexible. It's not something we can, it's based on the biological opinion that we initially issued the determination on. If we had a permit, or if the State Water Project actually had a permit, we would have potentially much more flexibility, and we would have the ability to amend that permit, which we don't have under the current permitting rubric, based on a consistency determination. I know it sounds arcane, but that's the way it is. The decision was made back in 2009 to ask for a consistency determination, but it significantly limits our flexibility if somebody wants to make a change.
Carl, so in your judgment, which would be best for the fish? if you had all the flexibility that you don't have now?
Well, I think, the question becomes, and we're coming up on a component of the biological opinion, which, the FOLX 2 action is an adaptive management action, but it isn't, at least our view of it and the way it was constructed, doesn't really allow you to necessarily change the way it's implemented. You can, but it also, the effects analysis showed that there's an impact by changing the way it's implemented. I think what we're going to be looking at as part of the biological opinion, there's a provision for a 10-year review. And so in the next year or so, we'll be looking at reviewing the FOLX 2 action and its effects, and whether or not it should be implemented the way it currently is, modified, or done away with. I think there are lots of issues that exist around the role of flow and when it comes and when it may be most important, and it may be that flow in the summer and spring in drier hydrologies leading into the fall is more important than flows in the fall, or that kind of thing. I think one of the things that we saw coming out of the flash studies and the SMELT MAST report is that, SMELT did really well in 2011. Flows were good throughout the year. They remained pretty good through the early spring of 2012, and then things got dry. And we went back to basically water quality standards in the Delta as far as outflow. And what appeared to be good production in the winter and spring of Delta smelt turned into really low adult survivorship. So, I think...
So this is more than I can absorb, I think. But, so it feels like there's like three different explanations, or buckets of explanations. One is there's not enough information for everybody to agree on what's happening, one. Two, the rules in the biological opinion and the regulations, state and federal, are so complicated that they tie the hands of people who would otherwise make wise decisions, who are scientists such as yourself. And three, the first two maybe having some relevance, really the feds decided to err on the side of exporting water, and the state decided to err on the side of protecting the fish.
I don't know that I would necessarily, I'm not going to characterize it that way. I think the department made a decision based on its authorities and the mechanism that was used to provide state authorization for the state water project. And in making that determination, we determined that the change and the amendment to the BIOP was inconsistent with CISA.
Right. I appreciate that, too. Right.
I think it's...
But on the other hand, if the effect is that the feds become a free rider on environmental protection, that's a bad policy.
I wouldn't argue with that. I think we're going to be challenged with the implementation of the WIN Act in 2018. which we're looking at seriously and talking seriously with our federal fish agency counterparts and/or with the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation as far as what the consequences of that may be. And again, I think, it's instructive to look at what we've done in permitting the water fix, in that, we have a permit, we address all of those species in a CISA permit. It doesn't apply to current operations, but it does create the ability to adaptively manage under the permit based on new knowledge and how we might want to look at testing things. And it also provides the ability to amend the permit or the project description to subsequently allow changes to project operations that would create more flexibility. So, this is primarily the consequence of not having a permit, but having a consistency determination, which is doesn't work in situations where, like the water projects, where it's an ongoing activity that's subject to wide variation in kind of criteria and people's desires to have flexibility in how operations occur. So I just wanted to, kind of indicate what Fall X2 has looked like throughout the summer and into where we are today. The State Water Project's been doing their best to keep X2 as far to the west as they can, and this primarily affects their export operations. It isn't requiring releases of water from reservoirs. On that side, we have a whole different permit requirement that basically, puts them in a situation where they have to keep their releases down after October 1st or be stuck with whatever the release is from that point through the end of March. So and this is all focused on providing good spawning and stable spawning conditions for fall run salmon in the Feather River. This is another example of where we have, and that agreement comes from 1983 and is part of the FERC license. There are things that we might want to provide more flexibility or change in the future, but we live with lots of things that have kind of accumulated over time and come into play sometimes in unexpected ways. As Michael George pointed out, the issue of Joint Point and some of the issues with regard to water quality in the South Delta and availability of water for some of the South Delta Water Agency folks here in the last couple weeks. Basically you see that, X2 has been, pretty far downstream. It's fluctuated, but, at the same time, this is from the enhanced Delta smelt monitoring. These are just snapshots, but kind of show the distribution of Delta smelt within the system, and they've primarily been in the lower Sacramento River, Suisun Bay, and even as far to the west as, eastern San Pablo Bay. And this is August. And then July, the smelt are pretty much centered on where the low salinity zone is right now in September. And that's been a pretty consistent story here the last, through the month of October. I also just wanted to touch on kind of where things are going with science. There's a lot of effort going on to assess what's been happening this year, as well as institute activities that more precisely monitor things and or anticipate what's going to be coming in the future. Enhanced Delta smelt monitoring, I've got a few slides on that, but that's all focused at providing a better context for how many and where Delta Smelt are, and particularly what their risk is relative to water project operations. We've also, I think you may have heard of issues about the acoustic arrays, and we're working very hard to institutionalize that, move it away from being fragmented and make it a standard array that's always there and funded, and this goes to the issues about ongoing funding and that type of thing.
Carl, at our science panel discussion in Oakland, you mentioned we don't have a science plan. Are these kind of ingredients that would be in a plan that you were referring to that's missing?
Yes. And
Okay.
so I think, at least from the 5-agency perspective and the CSAMP perspective, that's where we're headed. You know, we have the adaptive management program that is part of the biological opinions that applies both to the existing operations but to water fix operations, and that needs to have a plan that outlines how we're going to move forward. You know, and it needs to be the plan that is pursued. It doesn't mean that it's totally fixed in time. It can be modified or things can be added to it, but this is what we're going to do to collect the information that we need to support decision making. And part of that is synthesis. You know, there's also a lot of work going on with regard to Shasta temperature management. The winter run life cycle model that the Southwest Fisheries Science Center is developing. It's been running day-long workshops, or at least half-day workshops, to engage stakeholders in understanding how that life cycle model has been developed and how it would work. And right now it's focusing particularly on management questions that could be evaluated using the model. And that has 2 more sessions running into January of 2018. The work on the Fish and Wildlife Service smelt life cycle model continues and is supported by the enhanced Delta Smelt monitoring program, and some of the work that will be coming out of the synthesis for 2017. And then the department is working on a conceptual life cycle model for longfin smelt that we hope will lead to a quantitative model similar to the Delta Smelt life cycle model and the winter run model. EDSM, this is a really intensive monitoring program. It's in the field 4 to 5 days a week looking for Delta Smelt. And it's basically because Delta Smelt have become so rare that traditional sampling methods that are in the field once a month or twice a month don't pick them up accurately. So, you know, this is just the comparison of what it was like in 2002 and what it was in 2016. It's similar today when you look at spring Kodiak trawl. You know, a lot has gone into the development of it. It's been technically reviewed. Its objectives are to estimate abundance and distribution and really to support decision making, particularly real-time decision making as far as what water operations would look like, particularly in the winter and spring, and to quantify entrainment with known statistical error, and to support actual estimates of population as opposed to an index of abundance, which is currently how we do it. And it also supports and is integral to finalizing the life cycle model or further developing the life cycle model and calibrating it to make it as accurate as possible. It's life stage specific. It's regionally stratified, so it breaks the delta up into various places, and particularly based on potential risk of entrainment and or likelihood of Delta Smelt being present. I'll buzz through these, but just to give you an idea of the level of effort, you know, and the number of days and the number of sites that are sampled. And these are done on a random basis. So as compared to what we do with the other surveys, which are fixed points that are surveyed on a monthly basis or a bi-monthly basis. And so far, it's collected over 100,000 fish. 529 of them who are delta smelt, and 178 were longfin smelt, primarily larval fish. And then synthesis, there's active synthesis going on in IEP, looking at the effects of the 2017 flow action, also drought resiliency and a drought synthesis that's underway. Longfin smelt population dynamics. We've been doing a lot of work, particularly as a result of litigation settlements, to address this issue and working with particularly the state water contractors and other agencies to develop sampling methods to better understand particularly the flow relationship and how it affects population dynamics for longfin smelt. We're also looking at the effects of herbicides and then working on how better to integrate data utilization and make it more available to people. And there's a lot of work to bring IEP data into the Delta Live. And then just really quickly on the Delta Smelt Resiliency Strategy. In 2016, there was an action to improve food web in the Yola bypass and into the Delta from there. That wasn't taken this year because of the hydrology and generally good conditions, as well as the fact that the Wallace Weir was still under construction and we couldn't really take a summer action. And then invasive weed control studies have been initiated this year and will be ongoing to look at the effectiveness of herbicide control on weeds to try to improve habitat and change the fish community in selected locations. We're also looking at experimental operation of the salinity control gates to improve delta smelt habitat in Sassoon Marsh, primarily Montezuma Slough. Preliminary modeling and that kind of thing's underway, and there'll likely be an experimental action in 2018. And then we'll be releasing a feasibility report on the potential for restoring Frank's Tract, or at least a part of it, for improving delta smelt habitat, but also improving water quality and minimizing the effects of salinity intrusion through Frank's Tract into Old River. So that should come out by March of 2018. And that's it.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Quick question.
Yes.
How worried are we about when it starts to rain, runoff in the fire impacted areas, particularly in the Napa watershed?
That's a good question. It depends on the form of the runoff. I think generally it's more of a concern when you would have erosion into areas where you would have salmon spawning and deposition on spawning gravels and reducing suitability. To some degree, delta smelt like turbidity. The delta is a sediment-starved place. Not that runoff from Napa is really going to affect the delta per se, so it will have effects. But I don't know that we would know exactly what those would be.
Okay. Water year in review. Any other questions to the faithful two colleagues?
We're stuck here.
Yeah. I don't know anything about executive orders, but I might try one. Yeah. All right, Carl, John, thank you very much. A lot happened this year, and particularly with the response perpetuated at Oroville. I know it's been a very unusual year, a high level of work for your agency. And Carl, I'm struck with all of the things that we don't know. Coming out of the drought, a year of lots of water, lots of experiments, lots of monitoring that needs to be done. I'm glad you guys are where you are, doing what you're doing, and trying to make things better. So, thank you. Anthony, thank you for organizing this. Is there any request for public comment? No request for public comment on file item number 12. Any? Yes.
Sorry. I was just going to, before you adjourn, quick note about the dates for the upcoming two council meetings.
Oh, good.
Just because of holiday schedules in both November and December, we're meeting a little bit earlier, so please check our website. But I believe the November meeting is on the 16th, and the December meeting is on the 14th. So just wanted to make note of that, since it's a little unusual for us.
Okay, thanks for that. Any public comment on any matter? If not, then by the power vested in me by the state of California, I declare this meeting adjourned.